Blackhawk second again and third again with RAF Esports in P4. So Blackhawk first, second and second for their highest running cars in each class. Sim3 Esports P25 ahead of G League with Jules Neal behind the wheel. Sim3 Esports again in P27 with Christian Malguera. And the WRT with Michi Hoyer in the car is P28. Kimi Nisula for Satellite Racing and Pim Van Aert for Team Iris are inside the top 30 with Kameli ERT and Seawolf Net Race again with Gilzinski down in P31 and 32. We roll on to see top racing and sim racing for Holland on row 17.
So we're gonna do the VEC race this time around. I have a little bit of announcement before the green flag. Probably it will be our last event, but we attend. We'll see the future. Let's see. 6 hours of Road America ahead. Let's see what we can do.
That's what we're going to have here, Red. 40 cars going around this circuit. It's going to be enthralling, but the start's going to be crucial. It can all go wrong very quickly.
Indeed it can. It's so easy to just have a little miscommunication there, or you just miss the start entirely and find a load of cars going past you. So much that can go wrong, and it's so crucial just to stay on your toes. And of course, Go Team would have loved to have the front row to themselves, but they've got Loic Moynier in the Blackhawk, who's been one of those drivers that's been giving them a lot of grief at this stage of the season. He was very much ahead of them at certain points in Bahrain as well. As we see, they're just coming around the final corner now, and that number 7 of Jakab looking very keen to take the lead, but Loic Moynier on the inside for the start here. So this is going to be very close, Darren.
Yeah, let's see what Mounier can do as they rise up the hill. We're about to get going. 6 hours on the clock here at Road America, and we're racing for round 5 of this season's championship. And the Go teams take each other out off the start. Both drivers have come together. Oh, we've got carnage. Cars all over the road, are knocking over each other, reminiscent of Bahrain last season. Cars absolutely everywhere. This is going to be some kind of stoppage, I'm sure. But what a dramatic start.
10 seconds.
Code 80 about to be
Are you in one
then,
piece?
so
5,
that is going to neutralize the race completely.
2, 1, Code 80.
Yes, Code 80 in fourth then from Joey Allison. That is most likely the most dramatic race start we've seen in quite a long time here in the Virtual Endurance Championship. We saw something reminiscent of that last season at Bahrain, but not quite to the extent. I think it's going to be interesting to see who's even been able to make it through, who has got you know, a lack of damage.
The damage.
What I can tell you is Jesper Pedersen in the GT3 RAF Esports team that started 4th in class now runs 9th on the road. An incredible start for them. Just being able to, I mean, somewhat survive. There's 4 hypercars inside the top, 20 at the moment. Only 4 LMP2s inside the top 18. What a start! I think there's going to be ramifications being felt from this one all the way through the race, Ed.
Yeah, and certainly not good news whatsoever for the number 7 crews. We see there's Mark Veit going around without a rear wing and a very wonky looking rear suspension. So that's our championship leaders in LMP2 that are crabbing around the circuit down in 13th in class. And that is not the start they would have been looking for. Of course, still 6 hours to go, but no sign of a red flag restart coming in just yet, so it looks like they are going to stick this one out. But yeah, certainly for Go Team, that's going to be the big controversy, isn't it? Because it really started with Delorme and his teammate in the number 7 just not giving each other enough space. And we did say that was going to be the danger of them tripping up, cars tripping up over each other on the first lap. I think that they'd be literally flipping and breakdancing in the air. But yeah, certainly Norbert Jakab still going. Here he is. So it looks like not as badly damaged as I think we would have feared, but that was really what caused the chain reaction behind, because everyone else had to react to avoid it immediately, and they were taking up a larger portion of the track as well. But yeah, they're Norbert Jakab then. This is for the number 7 crew that were second in the championship, a point behind. This is a huge setback for them, because Delorme has stayed in second behind Loic Moynier.
Nothing. That was
Jakab now has got a bit of a mountain to climb to get back on the podium.
They just completely
absolutely incredible start. Realistically, I think this is going to be one that we look at in the championship, and I know we've still got 5 hours 55 minutes left to go in this race, but already you can tell that some teams are going to be a lot further down than they would otherwise hope to be. So I think we're going to have to really be keeping an eye on how this is going to affect the championship all the way towards the end of the season, because that is one of, if not the biggest moment.
I don't think so.
Actually, absolutely the biggest moment
Maybe
of the season
back
so far.
markers.
But as we are under code AD, drivers going far slower around the circuit. Drivers will be coming back to pit road if and when they need to, and we can see the Binsbergen will absolutely need to. You feel like there's a little bit missing on that LMP2 car as they work around the carousel. But so many cars, so many drivers affected by this. I really only think there's a handful of cars that won't have damage after that, because the incident started in second and third, and then bounced it all the way through the order. So I think this is going to be quite a sight to see on pit road in a minute.
Yeah, it's certainly going to get busy, and of course another big beneficiary of this is Thomas Enger Sim Racing, who are now very much clearing the lead from Simframe in LMP2. And with Blackhawk in issues, this is a big chance, as you were saying, not just in Hypercar, but also in the LMP2 championship, for those who are a little bit further down to really do some damage effectively, as we see a couple of cars peeling into the pits ahead of them. But of course, Blackhawk did have that 18-point lead over Valet. I wonder where the 39 crew is, but of course, Thomas Enger Sim Racing exactly where they want to be. Walter Polesny leading the way.
Yeah, and let's see how many cars do come down pit road. As Polesny does go through, doesn't come into the pit lane, of course, and crosses the start-finish line to complete the opening lap in this race. But as you can see, more drivers getting to the pit lane, more drivers entering the pit lane. Only a couple going through in the LMP2s. Nearly everybody coming in so far in the GT3s. And we can look at Filippo Canio now in the Valley Esports
and
car.
that is the 39 I was just thinking of.
So because
they're limping around. This is what we saw at the start, though. So contact initiated in front of the field, and then drivers trying to avoid cars over the end. There's the GT3 going in the air, as is all three classes with a car simultaneously in the air there. Off of the start, a couple of cars right at the back of the field, basically stopping on circuit and avoiding the incident, is that they won't pick up too much damage, and I think they may be able to benefit because of it. But we are seeing a whole raft of drivers and teams in the pit lane. To my count, when Canio comes in, and presumably with Mark Vaite coming in, there will be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 25 at least cars coming to the pit lane. That is well over half of the field, Ed.
Yeah, certainly an early service than a lot of these teams and drivers would have really been hoping for. But yeah, a huge setback to the hopes of Valet and for Blackhawk Racing. You see how much, even on the Code 80, how much of a battle it is just to keep the car pointed in a straight line. Poor Mark Vaite, of course, has had so much success this season, but it's going to be a long 6 hours, although 5 hours 54 minutes.
Only 16
completely
cars
exact there. But yeah, now Mark Vaite is in the pits at least.
16.
He can get he can sort of get the repairs on and sort of have a cool down and sort of reset himself once the Code 80 ends.
So 16 cars stayed out.
There we go. So it looks like Race Direction's got the same idea I do, and Mark Vaite does as well.
And he didn't call a code.
Yes,
he didn't call a restart.
Countdown to the green flag, and for the first meaningful time in this race, after 6.5 minutes, we're going racing here at Road America. Not as many cars around the circuit than we'd otherwise expect. In fact,
it was
only 16 cars stayed out on the
change,
circuit. 24 came down pit
maybe
road
when you scroll
and are
through,
still in pit road. There are 3 hypercars that are at the front of the field. There are 4 LMP2s that have not come into the pit lane, and they then join 8 of the 9 of the GT3s as the 9th comes out of the pit lane. Out of the pit lane, the 9th coming out of the pit lane is Abel Sequeira for the MC Motorsports number 53 car. But after the dramatic start, we're almost into a phase of the race, Ed, which you'd normally expect to happen 2-3 hours in for drivers at the front, which is just try and get to your fuel numbers, because all of a sudden the race has opened up for drivers that didn't get caught up in that incident.
Yeah, it certainly has. Of course, RAF Esports going from 4th to 1st, one of them. And yeah, I didn't quite realize how much absolutely squeezed the poor number 7 car was at the start there, where it's, I think, a couple different cars flipping over it, essentially. And it was also the racing zone that got very, very badly caught out as well, the team that's 3rd in the Hypercar Championship. But interestingly, the Tobias Hoffman, who started a long way down the GT3 field, he's also been able to stay out of the chaos. There are a couple of drivers that had sort of gotten up the order, like G League Esports, but then had to pit for repairs anyway, whereas Brabham have decided to stay out with Hoffman And that team that did so well in Bahrain, they were all over the back of the two Simfreem GT3s and having a really, really strong race. They're set up for another really good one here, but although admittedly a lot of their rivals have bowling balled their way out of contention essentially on that first lap. So yeah, Brabham, a big opportunity here for the Australian, legendary Australian team as well, with a very, very enterprising young lineup that's starting to really do the business in VEC this season.
Interestingly enough, we're looking. I'm seeing Andrea Gandossi for the Tamelli ERT team coming into the pit lane. Didn't come into the pit lane last time in the GT3 class. You can see it right at the bottom of the tower there. On the bottom left-hand side, the P8 car is in the pit lane. Interesting that we're seeing that. Of course, they didn't come in on the first lap when we were under code 80. I wonder if there was a little bit of damage that they didn't really notice was there until they started going full speed. But we still do have a whole raft of teams and drivers on pit lane. I think we still have, what is that, 17 cars, 18 cars even, still in the pit lane as they wait to fix their car, repair the car, and emerge back onto the circuit. But for the time being, we have got the likes of RFactor coming out of the pit lane for the Blackhawk car. We'll see what they can do. But for the time being, we've got Luc Munier and Remy Delorme leading the hypercar field. They've got 3.5 seconds between them before then a 13-second gap back to Harry Smith. Harry Smith has just lapped the P5 hypercar already. It's that kind of race, seemingly, so we'll keep an eye on all of that. Leading battle in the LMP2s comes down to 4.5 seconds with only 3 cars within the opening 30 seconds, and in the GT3s, the leading gap is about 4.5. So even though we've got quite a big break up, Ed, we've still got those relatively tight gaps for leads in these races, and hopefully we'll see some action through that.
Yeah, certainly those that have stayed out of trouble will be sort of breathing a sigh of relief at the moment, but now it all sort of turns into a battle against each other. As you see briefly, a yellow in the final sector. Meanwhile, Arda Ercan, who of course is in the top 5 in the GT3 championship, they did win the opener at Spa. They've not had very much good luck since, and that long pit stop seems to be continuing their trend of misfortune. But yeah, certainly there's still a long way to go and no reason to give up just yet. As we see there, that looks like the number 7 finally starting to claw its way back through the field and has put a lap on the LMP2 leader of Wojtek Polesny then. So yeah, all is not lost for those that got caught in the incident, but yeah, certainly having to make your pit stop after the code 80s ended is even more catastrophic than those being flipped over at the start, it must be said.
Yeah, I mean, dramatic. I mean, I don't think we've really seen anything quite as dramatic as that. I mean, I know I've seen a couple of people harking back to it, and I know we did as well in the chat, that, you know, Bahrain last year was quite something to behold off the start. But I don't think that even touches this. I don't think it helps the geography of the circuit down the start-finish straight with the 2 barriers right on the sides of the circuit. There is no room for error at all. And drivers really paying the price for getting caught up in that incident. Callum Cripps, I've just noticed in the chat, noting that he and his team have managed to get through without any damage. One of the few cars.
That's the Brabham team
that off the start. Yes, it is the Brabham team. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
It is. They've been able to get through, and that is why they're running towards the front of the field in P3 in the GT3 class.
Yep, certainly is. And one of the closer battles we can see on track is this one for P5 in class between Bros Racing and SRC Commerce Esports, with Ben Gieder starting to put pressure on Daniel Erstling. And as they go through the back end of the set, you see both of them just taking so much grass at the corner just after the kink, isn't it? The kettle, it's the kink, and then into sort of kettle bottoms and then Canada corner essentially, which is high speed all the way out of the carousel. So it's so easy to run wide there. And as we see, Jules Neal sets the fastest lap in the GT3 class. That's, of course, the G League Esports car that was running quite high after the early melee, but did have to pit under the code 80 for repairs then. So yeah, certainly Neal needing to pump in the lap times to try and save G League Esports race, but the Frenchman down very much behind some of the injured hypercars as well, outside of the top 10 at the moment.
Yeah, it's really been quite it's just been the start of attrition, hasn't it? But it's nice to see that we still have these battles between the likes of Bro Racing and SRC Commerce off of the start. 30 minutes have elapsed, still 5 hours, 47 to go. A lot of time for some of these teams to try and work their way back through the field, as hard as that may sound. I think we've still got quite a few cars in the pit lane. The 1A car is listing on my timing page as being a DNF. We'll see if that is to remain, but we still do have 10 cars in the pit lane still from that crash.
Oh, here comes the
start.
move. Yeah,
Yes,
so Ben Guida up the inside, and that looks like that's going to be into turn 3, him up into 5th position then. So Daniel Ersting tried to come back on exit there, but didn't quite have the overlap. So Bros Racing, sadly, they tend to qualify quite well and then
I'm gonna eat
find
lunch.
themselves
Vic,
doing a lot
be
of
right back
rear
in
guard action come the
15
race.
minutes.
So Daniel Ersting, unfortunately, not able to live with the pace of Ben Guida at this phase then, but we'll have to see if SRC Commerce can keep this up then. There's a 9-second gap to Satellite Racing, who are having one of their best races of the season so far, about 3 seconds behind Brabham in that fight for the podium currently. So there's every chance the SRC car could become a factor too if they can keep this pace up.
Yes, we'll have to see if they can keep this up. But of course, early stages, of course, moves like that, you know, in the grand scheme of things, they may help out Ben Guida, but down the inside, easy as you like. It wasn't too difficult for him. We'll see if he can use this kind of pace. Disadvantage in the opening stint. Best lap time there for VAC, a 51.2. That, of course, is down in the LMP2 class, and VAC trying to come back a little bit through the field, of course, after getting caught up in part of that incident off of the start. 2 laps down for the time being, but going as quickly as he possibly can at this stage of the race in that Hyperion car. 6 or 7 seconds up to the next car, and then it's another 7 seconds before a full lap up to the top 5, just to kind of show the real split in cars at the moment. Those that were able to stay out, those that had to come into the pit lane to repair damage. And I wonder if anybody, Edge, can try and bridge that gap as we go through this race.
I think certainly, though, there are drivers that have got the pace to do so. It's whether they've got luck on their side here, because it's so easy when things aren't going your way in a race and you're taking risks to try and catch back up. You get into another incident, and then you push even harder to make up for that one, and things can quite quickly spiral out of control if you've not got the right temperament. So much like our race director said earlier, you do need to sort of just take a moment and calm down, and then get your head down and sort of focus on what you're going to be doing for the better part of the next 5.5 hours or so. And that is just lapping consistently, staying out of trouble, and trying to worry about your own race at the moment. In terms of a closest lead fight up front, it's very much Delorme versus Moynier, and Delorme has been lapping pretty similar, although previous lap, actually, I have to say Delorme was a little bit slower than Moynier, who set the fastest overall lap of the race. Last lap was 1:46.2, 1:46.9 for the Go Team driver, and we see that GT3 battle we were just looking at, and Delorme has to go around the outside the carousel as well, which can be a bit of a squeaky bum moment to say the least, but Delorme dispatches them with relative ease and continues his pursuit of Moynier then as more grass gets kicked up in the background as VAC sets another fastest lap in the LMP2 class for Hyperion. But yeah, Delorme, it's going to be interesting to see, because this is a big opportunity here for Loic Moynier. Blackhawk yet to win in Hypercar this season. Moynier's been threatening to do so for a while, and Go Team have very much had things in terms of the final results. The last 3 races, 1-2s all the way. They've really had things their own way since having the brake failure at Spa in the final stages. But now this is a big opportunity for Moynier to very much spoil the party. And it's very much a solo fight, isn't it, without the sister car to help them out, unlike say was the case last time out in Bahrain, where the sister car was doing a lot of the rear guard action, then fighting its way through in Gabor Hevesi's hands in the final stages. So Delorme and company in the 17 crew have got to beat Moynier on their own. At the moment, Loic has got the legs on them.
Yeah, Loic doing a good job to start this race, to try and keep the pace up. Keep Blackhawk in contention. Of course, I did mention as we were going through the grid that Blackhawk had a car in the top 2 of all 3 classes, but after the melee that we saw off at the start, only this hypercar remains, but is now in front of the field, and we'll see what Moynier can do to try and pull this gap away a touch. It's a pretty yellow in Sector 3. I think a couple of cars maybe struggling down in towards Canada corner. As a bit of a pit lane update, we still now have only 2 cars in the pit lane. Mark Veit has just emerged from the pit lane after he crabbed his way back to the pit lane, but now Veit is out on track, and there's only the supposedly stricken DNF'd 1 car of Porsche Milan that is still in the pit lane. My timing, or my driver tracker lists the number 70 Team Iris car, Pim Van Ark, in the pit lane, but I don't necessarily believe that is true. That may just be a little bit of an issue on my screen. But it does mean that even with all the carnage that we've had, Ed, it seems like we've still got 39 cars running in this race.
And there is Pim Van Ark, so he's definitely still going then in that Team Iris.
Yes,
lovely all white livery this time for the team that's so accustomed to purple, so a couple of purple splashes on the top and sides, but a nice new GT3 livery for all that BMW M3 that Team Iris have so favoured, and often they've had a fair bit of success in endurance racing in rFactor 2 here at Road America in a very similar BMW M3 as well. So great to see the number 70 still trucking along, but a big gap, of course, to Mersac ahead of them in the 81 then, so they were definitely held up in that early melee and are going to have to fight their way back through the field. But yeah, it is great to see everyone still going. No rage quitting so far in terms of the massive accident damage at the start. Everyone knows it's a long race and knows it's about where they end it, not where they start it.
Yeah, and a very long way to go before we end it, of course. Drivers will know that. They're well versed in the world of the VEC now. They know exactly how long they've got, and they can just back themselves to try and pick their way through the order, take it one car at a time, and see where they end up. Peleshny is getting pressured by one of the hypercars, but of course the hypercar should fly through down towards turn 5 and 6 underneath the cheese bridge, and Peleshny will not have to worry too much more about traffic for a little while longer. Looking forward to seeing how they, particularly Peleshny and the rest of the Thomas Enker Sim Racing team, can do with the position that they find themselves in, 9 seconds ahead of the RFRO Esports team. You know, they're in a really good spot, and with most cars over a lap down, and when I say most cars, I mean all but the top 3 more than a lap down. It's going to be a very long way back for anybody else to get involved.
I think we just lost the Simframe car, and the Blackhawk actually of Moynier has just retired. So we were talking about how Moynier was controlling this race. At the moment he seems to be out of it and very much in the pit lane, so it looks like he's been disconnected to me, is what I would say there, and that's a huge shame because he was dominating out front, and that's absolutely handed it to Remy Delorme now.
Yeah, Delorme almost can't believe his luck. I mean, he was caught up in that incident, wasn't he, off the start, but now he's in a great position to try and take a hold of this race. But that's gutting for Minio. Let's see if they can try and get themselves back into the session. But for the time being, after what looked like such a promising start, Ed, 20 minutes in to be disconnected and drop down through all of the positions that you gained by keeping safe at the start, I mean, that's going to be gutting, isn't it? Yeah,
especially for Blackhawk that have... certainly, they've not had great luck in LMP2 so far in this race, and it seems Hypercar, sadly, ultimately, despite not putting a foot wrong, taking a brilliant pole position, Moynier is ultimately suffering a similarly unfortunate fate then. Let's hope he can at least get back into the race and salvage something from it. We do also see the other Go team, number 7, is back in pit lane as well, and there's some comments in the chat that there's certainly people who've got their own opinions on who was responsible for the start line collision. I honestly think it's a bit of a mess, and it's a little bit tricky for me to judge from the outside. But yeah, certainly it was certainly not a great moment for Go Team, for the Swedish squad. Both of their top hypercars making contact with each other and leading to a catastrophic incident. I think there were only about 4 LMP2s that are still on the lead lap and sort of avoided all the chaos essentially. So it looks like those are the 4 that are very much going to be fighting for the podium positions. But yeah, the drama in this race, we've certainly not been short of drama in the first opening 20 minutes. I worry the next 5 hours, 38 minutes are going to be a little bit quieter up the front in Hypercar, with the gap starting to spread out to a significant degree now. As you see, there's the Valet exiting the pit lane as well. So that looks like the 39 rejoining the order.
Yeah, and of course we will leave it up, of course, to all the stewards to pick the bones out of what happened. We won't try and get involved in any of that decision-making, but, of course, Remy Delorme will probably have that incident still in the back of his mind after managing to avoid big damage, and it really was a big hit off of the start. We still have opportunity, though, for all of these teams and drivers to get back and involved in the race. You know, more than enough opportunity with 6 hours on the clock. Yes, gaps are wide, but, you know, we can always look positively, can't we, at what we have in front of us. We've got a couple of battles on track, not least this between Gandossi and Christian Malguera towards the back end of the GT3 field, albeit these guys are 5 laps down already on our overall race leaders. With Munier still in the pit lane, they continue to drop down the order, and at the moment they would join the 1ACO 96 car as retirees from this race. But just to show how much damage there was, he disconnected a few minutes ago now, Ed, but he's still ahead of the second of the Go Team cars that had all those repairs to damage off the start.
Yeah, could also be that they came in to Norbert Jakob to serve a drive-through penalty potentially as well. I don't think we saw confirmation of it on screen, but that would explain the sudden diving into the pit lane as well for a second time after the repairs under green flag, as we see right behind the Netrex hypercar having a bit of trouble lapping some of the traffic here, as there's the Go Team LMP2 going around the outside of Christian Malguera there, and having to let through, of course, all these prototypes means he's lost a little bit of ground in that battle for 14th place with Pim van Ark ahead of him. But hopefully, from his perspective, there will be opportunities to remake up that ground. And it's always the way when you're in GT3, you've got to let the faster cars through. And often that means you obeying blue flags means you don't necessarily find yourself in a prime position unless you very, very tactically time it right, Max Verstappen style, and you're able to sneak through but with the car that's lapping you at the same time, lapping the car that you're trying to fight for position, if that makes sense.
Yeah, of course. It's really difficult to judge for some of these drivers, especially when they're so many laps down. It's just a case of trying to recover your way through the order, isn't it? But then there's the mix of cars who actually are technically racing for position despite being in a different class. Of course, the drivers that you are then lapping in different classes, and even within classes, we're seeing drivers trip over each other who are, a lap or two apart already. But that's all part of the game, and the teams will be focusing on getting themselves through this opening hour and through the opening stint. Will be interesting to see how much those opening pit stops may affect the overall pit strategy. I wouldn't imagine it's by a great deal, thanks to the fact that we have seen almost a lack of differentiation because of the only one lap that they would have gone on the opening, quite a opening stint. But we'll have to keep an eye on that as we work our way through. Still lots to think about, but still battles tightening up, particularly in that LMP2 class for P2.
Yeah, and GT3 as well. If you have a look here, Jimmy Nisila has been catching Tobias Hoffmann the last couple of laps. The gap was about 3 seconds. It's now 1.5. So Nisila's got the bit between his teeth. Remember, Satellite Racing and Brabham are both fighting in GT3 for 8th. They're both 8th and 9th in the GT3 standings at the moment. So they're two teams that didn't have the strongest start to the season, but are now starting to get things together. And of course, it's a big opportunity for Satellite Racing, particularly. They've had great success in other GT3 championships outside of VEC on rFactor 2, but they've yet to really replicate that here. So this could be a big opportunity to get on the podium. But Tobias Hoffmann, we saw how good he was attacking and defending from the sim frames in Bahrain. And now we're going to have to see him do it all over again against the BMW of Jimmy Nisila as well. And of course, that BMW versus the Corvette could be very, very interesting, very, very different characteristics of both of these cars. The Corvette infamously can be a little bit tricky to set up, but when it's working well, it can be really, really rewarding to drive. But of course, the BMW, very, very good in a straight line, infamously quite well suited to the characteristics of Road America. So we'll have to see Hoffmann, as he continues to be caught, another 2/10 lost on this lap then, as they let some traffic to lap them through. We could see some more rearguard action from Hoffmann in the near future. And Jimmy Nisila just sees a golden opportunity here, and his eyes are absolutely lighting up right now.
Yeah, let's see if Nisila can really use this to his advantage as we work our way through this opening stint. Maybe trying to get himself into that top 3, but Bradham Esports and Tobias Hoffmann, I'm sure, we're trying to hold on to that for dear life. We've got battles going on, as the one I mentioned about 2 minutes ago, between Ziewiński and Guibert in the Hyperion and the RFRE Esports, Sim Sports car, I should say, as they work their way down in towards turn number 5. I'll be interested to see how Hyperion try and work their way through the field. Of course, 2 cars in this race, one getting far more caught up in the opening collision than the other, and with Ziewiński now almost in a leader role in the team, for the time being at least. Let's see how this works out. Whether the Hyperion can try and cycle themselves towards the front of the field, because I'm sure as a team they've backed themselves to do that.
Yeah, they've kind of have to now. It's all about the 45, because the 44 has got, even though it's 5th in the championship, has got a lot of ground to make up. And of course, they did win in Bahrain, the 44 crew, quite convincingly as well. So they've certainly got the pace, but given that they're a lap down, you've sort of got to, for the time being, focus on the efforts of the 45 and hope the 44 can limit the damage as the race goes on then. But yeah, Enzo Gibbert in the rFRO SimSport entry is now starting to look just a little bit clearer of Zabinski, who I think has been held up a little bit in the traffic there. So maybe a bit of inexperience at running this high up for the 45 car starting to show, I think. Yeah,
it really is seemingly that we are seeing a bit of a differentiation in terms of the pace of some of these cars and the abilities, particularly some teams to be able to recover. But we will keep an eye on that all the way through. With Nizila up in P4, we'll see if he can gain up to the back. But of course, we do have those 8 or 9, I think it's 9 GT3 cars that really are in and around it at the moment, maybe 10. So many of the others, of course, getting caught up quite heavily in the opening stages, that they are a long way off the back and have a long way to recover. They are led by Arda Erkan in the Blackhawk 91 car, which is over a lap down compared to the leader in that class. So we'll have to see if they can gain up. But, you know, the one driver, or the one team that you'd look at and think, well, I'm not necessarily wanting to chase them down by over a lap, is a team of Jesper Pedersen and Jone Simončić, really, is it?
Yeah, certainly, because they're incredibly consistent and they don't tend to give too many freebies by making mistakes out on track. So they're infamously, both of them, a very, very formidable pair, and it's proved to be the case since they've won the last 2 races in a row at both Monza and Bahrain then. And the way this one is going here at Road America, they're certainly starting as they mean to go on then, as we see, a little bit wide actually from the Brabham of Hoffman, as he has to let the Go Team hypercar through, and that now puts him right into the clutches of Jimmy Nisila. And it's always such a great feeling when you're catching the car in front of you, especially when it's early in the race, and you just feel the momentum's on your side, the team ahead is having all the issues, and there's just an opportunity opening up right in front of you. So if you're in satellite racing in that BMW, you're certainly going to be cheering Jimmy Nisila on to make a move quickly here. But Hoffman certainly knows he can't afford to slip up like that again, because the podium could slip away. And at this early phase, what they really don't want to do is lose ground to the leaders, because that could just put them with a lot of work to do later on.
Yeah, you can't really afford to give yourself any more work than some teams have already given themselves at this stage. 5.5 hours to go is a long time, but not quite that long. Not quite a 24-hour race to try and claim back, 3-4 minutes on pure pace. It's unlikely to happen. I think that's fair to say. Nizila, though, still pressuring Hoffman for P2, and it's worth remembering that the gap up to P2 is only 4 seconds. It's not a million miles away, so for Nizila, if he's able to get this move done, I think P2 is definitely going to be within his sights, or at least catching that car within the end of this stint. Of course, that is the number 52 Sim Racing for Holland car with Dennis Duna in there at the moment. As we cross the start-finish line once again, Jimmy Nisila is getting ever closer and closer to Tobias Hoffman. Inside, outside, is he even going to go for it? Yes, he will, nearly giving him a bit of a bump draft down the main straight, but the inside line will be the satellite racing drivers, and he will slip up the inside and get himself into the podium positions. Tobias Hoffman goes a little bit wide, but all nice and fair, and Nisila now tracing after P2.
Yeah, certainly. I think the battle was lost there for Hoffman. He went more than a little bit wide, actually, onto the runoff there. But yeah, certainly Tobias, it was going to be a little bit tricky to hold onto the podium in these early phases. No need to panic just yet. If you can tuck into the slipstream, that can sort of make up for some of the straight line deficit that the Corvette has on the BMW. And maybe Tobias Hoffman can sort of stay in touch and hope to sort of use him as sort of a magnet to zoom to the back of the Sim Racing for Holland car. And speaking of Sim Race 1, we didn't talk about them too much, but they, of course, stayed out of trouble and very much reaped the benefits for doing so, as Dennis Duna. But we're not used to seeing them this high up. Usually they're sort of round about the low reaches of the top 10 in most of the GT3 races. So they're another team that's kept the Corvette out of trouble, much like Brabham. And yeah, the 52 on for what potentially could be their best result of the season, but it's about how they manage these next 5.5 hours, because they can't afford to hemorrhage too much time to satellite racing behind, because Jimmy Nisila, now he's been clear air, is going to start to just absolutely hone in on them before too long, you would think.
Yeah, the screw's going to be starting to be turned by Jimmy, so no doubt about that. Dennis Duna, we'll see what he can do in that battle as we work our way through the race. Of course, these guys still fighting over P12 and 13 overall at front of the GT3 class. Of course, with so many teams and drivers getting caught up with incidents before. Other gaps that I'm keeping a relatively keen eye on for the time being are towards the front of the field, right at the front of the field between Remy Delorme and Harry Smith, because that gap is just growing out ever further between the Go team and the 19 Netrex car. Of course, Netrex second and third for the time being, a decent amount of time between them, but it wouldn't be a bad result if the race was to finish now for the team. But Remy Delorme doing a fantastic job getting themselves further away, and the same can be said for Wojtek Poleczny, 14.5 seconds ahead of Enzo Guibert. It looks ever more comfortable for the time being for that Thomas Enger sim racing car. So I think for the time being, we're really focusing the battles, in the immediate future are going to be in that GT3 class, but you can definitely see some things brewing in the other two classes.
Yeah, certainly. I think Netrex will gladly take a double podium at this phase because they've only had a handful so far this season. I think the third place at Spa, another race where the Go teams hit trouble in hypercar near the end rather than the beginning. That was their last podium of the season, I think. Otherwise, they've sort of not really done better than fourth. So to get a 2-3, I think they would be over the moon with that. But of course, how dearly Netrex would love to sneak a win if it's on the table. But Remy Delorme determined not to let that happen, given the races sort of their immediate rivals have all hit trouble. Their teammates, of course, in the collision at the start, and then Moynier being disconnected. He did get back in the service, so he is on, I think, the same lap as the number 7 now. So that really shows you just how much time Norbert Jakob lost with repairs in the pits then. As Remy Delorme, there we go, the gap has gone from 18 seconds to 20 seconds just during the course of that last couple of sentences there. So that really shows you that the pace is just not letting up at all. There's the interesting thing about Go Team, when you read some of the statements that they've been coming out with, is that there's no real signs of complacency, even though they finished 1-2 in the last 3 races in a row. There's not been any sign of, oh, we're going to wrap up this championship easily. It's just between us two. There's no myopic focus there. It's all about, as we see a mass disconnection. So,
oh dear.
There we go. That looks like that is almost certainly going to force a restart on us, because there's only a handful of cars unaffected. The Racing Zone, the Hyperion number 44, the Brabham Sports car, and I think the 5th place car in GT3 as well.
Yeah, that was quite something to behold. I was watching it on the driver tracker, and most of the drivers just setting back to pit lane. That is not what we want to be seeing. We've only now got 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 cars left on the circuit, and I would imagine that there will be some kind of some form of stoppage in this race. But we'll keep an eye out for what is going to occur. But it's been quite the opening 35 minutes of this race, Ed, that's fair to say. Lots going on. We'll see how this is now going to play out, but it is a mass disconnect of cars that are off of the circuit. Here's Jimmy.
We can pull off. We're going to restart. And, well, not going to restart. We're going to restart from 1 lap back. So just pull off now, please.
A lot of drivers, I think, hoping that Jimmy was about to say we're going to start from the grid order from qualifying again. This time don't hit each other. But yeah, this is certainly for those who lost lots of time in the opening lap melee. This is a bit of a godsend, this red flag, because it's certainly given them a chance to bunch the pack up together again, and for them to sort of make up all that time they lost effectively, if not the positions as well. But yeah, this certainly has changed the complexion of the race again quite dramatically. It is a bit unfortunate. We have server issues. I think Kamal Nari in the chat sums it up best when he says, "What a day!" And I have to say, so far, it's turned into one of those days, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I struggle to think what else we can have. We've still got, over 5 hours of the race officially left to run. So, a lot, I think, is the answer of what we're going to be seeing today. Of course, we will see everybody now pull into the pit lane. Well, we should be seeing everybody pull into the pit lane after the mass disconnect. I think a few drivers have gone through. I'm not really sure why. One of them being Jolt Pribek. in the racing zone team. I can't imagine he's
this
not
game
noticed that everybody
ready
else
to
has
be
disappeared off the circuit. These three cars you can see on your screen are 3 of the 5 still going, and actually Tobias
never, ever
Hoffman in that
seen
Brabham
a
Motorsports car is also
VEC
still going, so I'm
server
not too
die
sure why they
like
are.
four
But
seasons.
they are doing what they're doing. I think they may have reset
just
back
did
now.
today.
But Ed, it's fair to say,
Strange.
I think a lot of the drivers got some thinking to do before we get restarted again.
Yeah, I reversed the stream
certainly.
as well, and it's just
Certainly an
without touching
opportunity
anything.
for another reset, and it was certainly needed, that's for sure.
Yeah, maybe
But yeah,
the rear
it's
left
going
tire
to
was
be
damaged.
kind of interesting, especially because in terms of the our two hypercar challengers that look so strong early on in terms of Blackwell Racing with Loic Moynier and Goatee number 7 with Norbert Jacob at the wheel. They will be sort of back into 6th and 7th in class respectively. So they will be, given that they're further down the pack, Norbert Jacob will be hoping for a cleaner start and to not end up being flipped over like he was on the first attempt. For the likes of Remy Delorme and Volta Pelesny that were leading those two prototype classes by some margin, this is a bit of a blow because they've got to build up those gaps to second position all over again. For Netrex is a big opportunity too for Harry Smith. I wouldn't put it past Harry Smith to try and take the lead early on if Remy Delorme slips up here. But yeah, and similar for RAF Esports in GT3 too.
And Jimmy handing out some more instructions.
Sounds like a couple of teams were trying to sneak their driver change in. Yeah,
yeah, very likely that is the case. We will be looking forward to getting back going again. It will be interesting to see how this restart occurs. But in this kind of period, Ed, what are the drivers going to be thinking about?
Well, this is sort of just making sure that, of course, a lot of the drivers that were damaged early on or had their cars damaged early on will be sort of, because there are a couple of teams I'm pretty sure that had maybe minor damage and just decided to carry on just because they were running in strong positions. But I think a couple of them will now be sort of just making sure that they reset themselves so they know, right, I don't have to lift off at this corner because I'm going to have a fully repaired car again, as long as I get through the first corner in one piece, which, as we know, at Road America is never a cast iron guarantee. But yeah, and also there's just the case of hoping that the crash doesn't happen in front of you and that you don't have to suddenly stamp on the brakes going into the first corner. So there's a lot of trust that these drivers will need to put in each other as well at the restart. For the teams that are still running in high positions, of course, they'll still maintain those positions, but there'll be a sense of caginess for the likes of Satellite Racing and Brabham, because a lot of those are front runners in GT3 that hit trouble early on are now going to be not far behind them once again. So I think it's going to be tense times. It's all the likes of G League Esports and the WRT team way down the field. So they are going to see this as a golden opportunity to push forward. And if you're in one of the less fancy teams that have gotten onto the podium positions, this is where you just need to have your wits about you. It's so easy at Road America to panic at the start, and it can all go, as we saw, spectacularly wrong for you. So yeah, a clear head will prevail, but there's a lot of pressure to deal with.
Yeah, and we will find out how that pressure is going to sit with the drivers in a few minutes' time. Whilst we wait for the lobby to get, restarted and the service to get back up and running, we will step out. Myself and Ed will step out for a couple of minutes, but stick around because the restart is going to be one to watch. I'm sure about that. So don't go too far. We'll see you in just a few minutes' time.
We'll run the batch that will send us forward in time. So the classes will be in each class, and you will get the laps back and the timing will go down, and we will start standing start with, well, similar to what we're doing, so formation lap, but only when I tell you to. So please stay in the pits, but stay ready. It will be about a few minutes, and then I will run the batches. Everyone is on the server now, so I can start the work. So I just had a question about penalties. They have already been assigned and served, so they will be included in how many laps people have done. Obviously, there is some timing between drivers that will be lost, but that's as good as it gets. So we are actually close to going on the grid. So I will give you 2 minutes, and we will advance to race 2 minutes from now. One minute until we are going on the grid.
What do you think from medium tires on the right-hand
Once
side?
on the grid, please hold your brakes. Do not roll backwards or forwards. Just hold your brakes as I apply all the timing stuff. There could be some lag, so we are careful there, so no one gets damaged.
Sorry?
What do you think of mediums on the right-hand side tires?
I think it could be a good thing to try it out. I mean, what could we lose?
I can't change it from setup. There's only one compound per axis. This game.
Advancing in 10 seconds.
Yeah, never mind then.
Remember to load your setup.
Attention grid, all non-essential personnel leave the grid now.
Stay stationary, please. And it's now been applied, so please go on formation lap, single file, 150 on sector 1, 120 on sector 2, 80 on the last sector, and then you get the green flag when you cross the green, the start-finish line.
So then, instructions there from Ginny Allison on how we're going to get this race restarted. 5 hours, 9 minutes left on the clock as teams and drivers are back in the session and ready to get racing once again. Hopefully we have a little bit of a calmer start once we get going, but it's still myself, Darren Thacker, and Ed Hunter to talk you through the next 3 hours or so. And Ed, let's see how this restart goes. I mean, obviously with the race that we saw first time round, it wasn't ideal. Lots of teams and drivers getting caught up in incidents, but now a little bit more bunched up. What do you think we can see?
Hopefully a cleaner start leading to more sustained battles throughout the race, which I think would be the ideal point of view from our point of view. But yeah, certainly those that had big gaps before the red flag will sort of realise they've got to do all that hard work once again to get to where they wanted to be. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how all filters out in the end, I guess, with so much really at stake in terms of the championships. Those who got taken out at the start will be thanking this red flag, but I think certainly it's going to be, I think that start will probably be controversial for some time to come, much like the Bahrain start last season. I think it's going to be another one that enters those annals of infamy, certainly. But, oh, sorry. That cough nearly entered the annals of infamy as well. But yeah, I think GT3 was very, very close, even despite that. So I think we're in for a pretty good GT3 fight, regardless of what happens. But yeah, Hypercar, certainly a big opportunity for Harry Smith to try and take the lead, but I think Remy Delorme will probably manage this much like he did before that red flag.
Yep.
He's probably going to try and just build that gap again, and it's going to be quite difficult to beat here.
Yeah, definitely. So I hope you can catch your breath there, Ed, for a second. But yeah, it's going to be a very exciting restart, definitely, no doubt about that. Interesting to see how we're going to get this race back underway, of course, and with the order that we have, of course, still a little bit mixed up from what we normally expect. Of course, with Jakob, the lap down. Of course, Witzel needs P4 overall right now, but he will be standing behind a few of those hypercars. Definitely, though, interesting to watch how this is going to work out for drivers at the front and how careful or how aggressive they go. With the
and everyone
cars
gets the
being
green
right
ones going over the SF line, right?
As they work their way in towards the final corner, we will see a single-filed run through this final corner as we get ready to go racing. 5 hours and 6 minutes left in this race. We've had our red flag stoppage. Let's see if we can get going. Green flag all the way to the end of the race. Jakob, though, will be looking for when his teammate Remy Delorme gets this race underway in the leading Go Team racing car. They rise up the hill, and with 5 hours and 6 minutes to go, Delorme is going to get this race. Does he? Does he get it underway? He's waiting as long as he can before he gets going, and he will get this race underway just as he crosses the start-finish line. 5 hours and 6 minutes left to go, and it's a nice, mundane single-file start in comparison to what we saw earlier on, and Delorme will control it down towards Turn 1. Netrex 2 and 3, and they're going to be having to fight as a pack, I'd say.
Certainly, that's probably their best chance, isn't it, Dara, of trying to put pressure on Remy Delorme. But of course, they've got the Racing Zone car that was the lap down. It's given its laps back, essentially, and is now fighting at the back of the Seawolf Net Race car, I think. Although, They are showing us 113 seconds down because they are, of course, behind all of the a lot of the LMP2s as well. So that should be a really close battle, at least to start with. But yeah, Remy Delorme. Oh, as we see Harry Smith getting very close actually as they crest the hill. And no, that's not Harry Smith. That's actually the Seawolf Net Race car, actually, isn't it? So that's why I'm getting so confused, because the Seawolf Net Race car is trying to unlap itself.
It absolutely is. I've also noticed that with the restart, it's good to see that Luc Meunier is back in the race, 4 laps down in his number 3 Black Hawk racing car. But Meunier is back and will hopefully be trying to fight a little bit further up the order by the end of the race. Jakob, though, he's in P6. He's still a lap down on everybody else, as there is Meunier working his way through the field, but a very long way to go. GT3 is by far the closest of the trains, with so many cars battling within each other. Pedersen does lead the race, but you can see the gap between P5 and P6, that battle between Ben Guider and Daniel Ersling, the SRC and the Bros Racing car, really has been one of the closer battles, as you can just see them in behind as they fly their way through the King. We'll see what Guider can do, but nice to see a bit of a bunch up once again.
Yeah, certainly the GT3s are always a little bit hard to sort of build a gap in the GT3s cars compared to the hypercars sometimes, because they're so good at slipstreaming each other and just staying in the wake of one another, and they are quite easy to sort of follow each other because there's not a whole lot of dirty air to fight against, especially. But yeah, Ben Guidas, it's very crucial for him that he made that move on the Bros car early on before the red flag, because it makes his job now so much easier, because he can sort of look at that Nisula-Hoffman battle. It does look like Tobias Hoffman is back on the podium, so he has jumped Jimmy Nisula at this restart, which I think is the big change of position so far, at least anyway. So that is going to be fascinating to see how that develops then, as Nisula now Tobias Hoffman has got Duna in that Sim Racing for Holland car as sort of his main focus, essentially. So be interested to see if he can clear Duna quickly and then maybe follow Peterson for a while, or if Hoffman is once again going to fall into the clutches of Jimmy Nisula.
Yeah, interesting to see how that dynamic is going to work out, but it's been a good restart, hasn't it? No doubt about it, from Jesper Pedersen at the front of that GT3 field. No one really able to touch him right now. Also nice to see that we have got that natural separation between the classes that we would usually see. The hypercars currently going down towards Canada Corner, the LMP2s coming around towards the Kink, and the GT3s coming around turns 5 and 6. Good to see that separation for the time being. We'll see how long that lasts, and we might get to see a little bit more of a natural lapping that we usually see here in the VEC after, what about another 8-9 minutes or so. We'll wait and see how that occurs. But still, 5 hours to go. Tobias Hoffman in his battle, as are all of the GT3s and LMP2s. But some of the leaders starting to scratch their legs just a touch at this stage.
Yeah, into turn 8, Hoffman went very wide off track as he tried to sort of carry so much speed on his entry into the carousel. So the Corvette starting to really be put through its paces to challenge the sister Corvette of the Sim Racing Holland car ahead of him. So Duna is going to surely have to get defensive here, because Hoffman looks very feisty indeed then as they go down through Canada Corner.
Yeah, and Hoffman looking for the move, but not quite able to make it. Now, on the front foot, on the restart, he was a little bit more on the back foot, wasn't he, when we were going just a few minutes ago, but really now trying to get after P2. As you would expect, considering that Pedersen's opened up that 4-second advantage at the front of the field. They will fly their way through up towards turn 1 as they're side by side and behind. I don't even know if that's for position. That may even be 2 lapped cars battling together. Now, I believe it is actually as they cross the start-finish line just in behind. You'll see it in the background as they work their way over the crest of the hill. Difficult to pick out from that distance who it is, but it's good to see that we have these battles and then make their way down into turn 1 with hopefully what should be some clean racing. Tamelli will stay in P16 as they of course had those issues off the start. We'll see if they can work their way through in this race.
Yeah, it was one of the Simfroom cars that was going side by side. I was trying to remember who was in that car, and it was certainly not Gandosi, but I think it might have been Canistraki, I think, that was making a move there, but if memory serves correctly. But yeah, certainly interesting to watch as we go on board with Hoffman now, him just trying to put Dennis Duna under pressure then, and you can see that Hoffman is taking a lot of risks at this early phase while the pack is still relatively bunched together to try and get into second position here. But yeah, Duna, to be fair, has not done a lot wrong so far. He's not taking too many risks, but he is starting to defend a bit more now, which is allowing a bit of a gap to form between himself and the RAF Esports car of Jesper Peterson. So yeah, Peterson is making hay while the sun shines. And it's all the other classes really where the leaders are struggling to break away at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to get a real judge on board here of how much speed you carry through the kink and how much gain there is up towards Canada Corner. It doesn't really feel like Hoffman is going to have much of a chance on the brakes, and we'll see him have to stay in behind for the time being compared to Dennis.
I think even with
Duna,
225 laps, only
for
2
the time
stints is the
being.
minimum now.
Still battling out for P2
good and bad in a way.
this race. There is a nice looking battle over in the LMP3s, I believe it is, up with
LMP2s, you mean?
Yeah, sorry,
Yeah,
LMP2s, yes. Goodness me, there's too many, aren't there? GT3s, LMP2s, yeah, dear me. But it is the undercover RYZEN car, currently piloted by Mikko Korkiakowski, who is keeping a relatively close eye on that sim frame car as they work their way through. Of course, the Go Team car just in behind, not on the same lap. But I didn't think they'd be too concerned about them getting involved in the battle. But it's nice to know that even though there is a little bit of pressure from behind, you're not really going to find yourself under heaps of pressure, considering that they are, not in the same race as you at the moment.
Yeah, I think that's Luigi Russo, isn't it, on board the 38. He's trying to unlap himself, and it looks like the 39 Valet as well, in a sort of similar position of Filippo Canio. But, or no, it's Binsbergen, I think. It's in the 37, not the 38. I think he's trying to unlap himself here. So, yeah, not fighting the undercover RYZEN particularly for position, but just to unlap itself. And, yeah, certainly, if he thinks that the Go Team is faster, he might not fight Binsbergen too much here.
No, I can't imagine he will, but let's keep an eye on this as they work their way through, and we will see how this unfolds as they run their way up towards turn number 1. Up with Yellow Binsberg, and we will go as they cross the start-finish line, and the car in P8 in the overall battle will look for the move, but not really go for it. Of course, they're behind the on-off car, they're behind that Hyperion car, and that's really where their battles are at the moment. If they had designs on getting up the road and trying to gain anything in terms of getting the lap back, they have to be making moves pretty quickly, and it's fair to say that's not happening right now. Le1, you can just see a little bit further up the order, you can see the Hyperions going side by side as they work their way up towards turn 6, and just about there, make sure they're single file as they work their way through the corner as Zielinski is going to relinquish or not fight that position too hard against Thomas Vac, who is of course a little bit further up the road, and we'll see if Vac can try and do a little bit of work to gain a little bit of time back. Once again, he's got 5 cars to try and get through, but it'd be hard pressed to say he's not going to try.
Yeah, certainly that's a smart move from Hyperion, because Vac was setting fastest laps of the race. It was the driver that really helped that number 44 car to victory in class at Bahrain last time out, and so unsurprising that the 45 Matti Zubinski is seen back coming in the rearview mirror and says, go on, go through, and I'll see you later when you catch your lap back up, because I think knowing the pace that Vac has got, that's not a completely unlikely scenario, to put it mildly. But yeah, certainly Hyperion need to do themselves some favors to sort of get the 44 car back into play, so that it can become a bit of a threat later on for the podium, essentially. As we look now at Abel Sequeira in the Muck Motorsport by Biogas car, trying to hold on from, I think that's, is that Jules Neal that's behind them on the road, but it's actually Daniel Erstling and Ben Geider that Abel Sequeira is fighting for position, essentially, for 6th and 5th in class, respectively. So yeah, Sequeira under pressure from Erchan, I think, in the Black Hawk, that's just behind them, but Erchan trying to unlap himself.
Yeah, and I was going to note about Abel Sequeira that he is running quite close in this group, and it'll be interesting to see. Oh, hey, if he can make his way through, there's contact behind. That's one of the Team Iris cars, I believe, working their way through and just about clipping the rear end of the car in front. It was difficult to see who that was, but I think it was Pim Van Ark. Well, Pim Van Ark, but tapping just about the rear end of, I think the guy just behind Abel Sequeira was Jules Neal, I think it could have been. In fact, it wasn't Jules Neal, it was another car a lap down.
Copy. Where is the end of the GT2
Was it
crew?
David Sarah? It's difficult to say because they're all on different laps, aren't they?
Entering
But if
sector
they work
3 now.
their way through, we will go to Pim Van Ark and have a look at how this battle unfolds in the number 70 car. Rounding outside, it's not quite going to work there, nearly running it out wide, but just about keeping it within, well, on the tarmac and not on the gravel. And Pim Van Ark will stay in P14 in class for the time being, but that got a little bit feisty, didn't it, down towards Canada corner?
Yeah, certainly can't afford to do too much of that, and it's just another risky move that didn't quite work out for Pim Van Ark, as we saw caught up in the drama at the start. As we see
I
all
just
sorts of
saw I
melee at the final
accidentally put
corner
the
there, as
medium
everybody
instead of the
tries
hard.
to avoid each other on different laps essentially, and now Jules Neal is going to try and unlap himself from Pim Van Ark here into the first corner. Neal has got the inside line, and that should be just about enough room left by Pim Van Ark. Lucky he didn't pit maneuver Jules Neal there, as he has a think about diving up the inside into turn 2, but Jules Neal very much had that one covered there. So the battle will continue, and now through come the hypercars, looking to just thread their way through. It's like a moving chicane down that back straight.
It is, it really is chaos at the moment down here, and we've got all sorts of cars involved. Binsbergen is down at turn 1, but I believe we've got a couple of the hypercars involved there. I think it could even be P5 of Veninger who's involved, as we see him work his way through. He's on a P5. That is my bad entirely. It's Norbert Jakob, isn't it, who is involved in all of this. Yellow flag in Sector 2, as we see a couple of drivers have a couple of moments. But Jakob working his way through. Got to be careful, of course, of that Racing Zone car just behind as they negotiate their way through on a GT3. And this is always a scary onboard to see as you come in towards the kink. Look at how much space there is. It's not a great deal, but Jakob working his way through.
Yeah, he's actually overtaking the GT3 cars for position. That's just how far behind he is. He's now going to try and go side by side with the Netrex hypercar just in front of him to unlap himself from that particular entry. I think that was that Rob van Starkenberg he just dispensed with as well. And actually Remy Delorme has lost the lead in all of this while they've been lapping the GT3s, because Harry Smith, I predicted it might happen. I didn't think it quite happened in this manner, but Harry Smith has taken the lead. It's now a Netrex 1-2. So Remy Delorme, the red flag has really put him into this vulnerable position, hasn't it? Because momentary laps being held up or having to go off track due to all this traffic, not on the lead lap, has allowed Netrex to take advantage.
Sometimes
And it's
are
a
looking
Netrex
good
1-2.
compared to the other cars.
Yeah, Netrex are in a fantastic position to work their way through as Delorme's just trying to pick a way through here. Oh, going to get to the inside line at turn 3. It's difficult to really pick a line down there. But Delorme has found it and made it work for himself, but he's got a lot of work to do to try and get himself back to the front of the field. The two Netrex cars just up in front, you can see them working together. They don't look the same. That doesn't really help our eye out. As they work their way down in towards turn 5, Delorme will have to stick in behind and try and find somewhere else to make the move, as there's all kinds of rear slides, and this could get even more tasty as they work their way through the middle sector.
That's the Racing Zone car right in front of them, so it's not on the same lap, I don't think. So yeah, but the key thing for Netrex now is Harry Smith's in the lead. Rob van Starkenberg can sort of get into defensive mode and just hold up Remy Delorme to allow Harry Smith to try and build the gap at this phase then. But of course, the problem with that is if you drive a little too defensive, then Remy Delorme can just slip up the inside if you are slowing down a little bit too much. So there's got to be a bit of a balance here, but Van Starkenberg can do Harry Smith a big favour here.
He's still in the pack, so
he absolutely can, and let's see if Starkenberg is able to do that as they work their way down in towards Canada corner once again.
Nearly matching the pace.
A keen eye on some of the other drivers involved in this battle as well, not least with Zolt Pribek at the moment. Let's go on board with him very quickly to see how this is going for him and how close he's getting to the cars in front. Wide through the final corner. That's not going to help him out at all. And you feel like he's not quite going to be able to make that move up the hill.
Put another lap on him. So that was Delorme just getting back through then.
Yes.
And now he's got Starkenberg immediately in front of him to contend with. Then you can see Harry Smith is already trying to up his pace. His last lap 148.1, Starkenberg 149.0.
Yeah, the 5-lap averages indicates good lap times.
Certainly, I think Starkenberg is doing exactly what I predicted he might try and do, to just try and halt the progress of Remy Delorme and you know, aid Harry Smith's bid for victory.
Yeah,
NetRex, they're not often in this
uh,
position.
five
They
laps
may
ago,
as well roll
when
the
you
dice here, and Van
give him,
Starkenberg, I think, seems
5
game for it.
seconds.
Let's see what happens into turn 3
Basically.
then, as Delorme is really starting to put the magnets on and getting that Ferrari 499P right into his rearview mirrors.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I don't know if I cut out there. I was just trying to say that Zsolt Pribek, even though he is the lap down, is trying to fight his way through, and keeping himself up with drivers like this is going to be oh so important, and getting himself ahead of Remy Delorme could be crucial and impact that battle for the top 3. But Delorme keeping himself nice and close to that group. Let's see how this is going to work out for him. And as they run their way through towards the kink, von Starkenberg will have his mirrors full of that Go Team racing car. But I don't think he's going to be terribly close, or close enough to make a move. Such stream effect isn't that powerful, is it, Ed? Down towards Canada corner, and you really have to be committed to make a move.
Yeah, certainly not in these hypercars. They've got so much downforce. They can sort of run at quite high speeds without having to lift off too much through a corner, those sort of high-speed kinks going into Canada corner as well. So it can be quite hard to sort of set up the move. Your best chance is really going to be on that long run into turn 1, or if there's a mistake made by Van Starkenberg here. But yeah, Delorme will be feeling a bit frustrated. Look at the gap up front. It's nearly 2 seconds now that Harry Smith has got the lead over Go Team number 17 here of Remy Delorme. And Delorme now closing once more, using a bit of that hybrid battery into turn 1 potentially, but having to back out at the last minute there. Starkenberg was showing that he was going to block that one, and Remy Delorme decides he's got plenty of time to play, with 109 seconds to the Seawolf net race behind them. So there's no big immediate threat from behind, other than, of course, Zsolt Pribek, as you said, of course, winner in Spa and 3rd in the championship, the Racing Zone number 1 team. But again, very, very close into turn 3. Delorme again making his intentions very, very clear. And Rob Van Starkenberg just not looking particularly flustered or panicky. He's just keeping to the racing line, moving to the middle of the road when necessary.
At the moment, you
not
are
leaving any opportunity for
P9 in
Delorme
class,
to
and
leap
you're
through
gaining
them. Meanwhile, by
nearly
the way,
a second per
Hoffman
lap.
has been overtaken by
P7
Jimmy
and
Nisila
1.5
for 3rd in the GD3 class then. So Nisila now all over the back of the Sim Racing for Holland car. And Duna is going to have to keep driving defensively as Jasper Peterson just continues to extend that gap to 9.8 seconds in the lead of GD3.
Yeah, let's see how this one starts to develop between Delorme and von Starkenberg, of course. Now, with us being 1 hour and 12 minutes officially into this race, we've reached that 1/5 distance, so this is a good time to make moves if you're going for them. Delorme not quite going for it down in towards Canada corner. Good time to have a quick look at a couple of the front-running orders. NetRex 1 and 2 still, of course, we can see with Go Team sitting in 3rd. We'll keep a keen eye on this battle as we also remind you of the leading battles in the LMP2s. It's Thomas Enger Sim Racing who lead the way with Wojciech Pelechny at the front of the field. And of course, down in the GT3s, it is still Jesper Pedersen and the Rafa Esports team who lead the way. Hyperion car coming through. Back up to the front though. Let's keep an eye on Remy Delorme. Let's see what he's doing. And he's actually going for the move down in towards turn 1. He's not going to wait around any longer. And a change for P2. It's Go Team ahead of NetRex, and von Starkenberg's resistance has been breached now.
Yeah, that was coming for a while, and I think Delorme really just had a great exit at the final corner and was able to get the inside first, and there was nothing really that von Starkenberg could do to prevent his progress at that point then. So Van Starkenberg then now has to sort of tuck in and hope that he can keep the close to the rear end of Remy Delorme now. But now Harry Smith, he's got the 2-second gap, but that is surely going to start to disappear before too long. Such is the pace of Remy Delorme at this phase, as we saw before the red flag as well, when he built up a 20-second buffer to Harry Smith as well. So, yeah, you've got to say Remy Delorme, after that setback, is now starting to get things back together, has dusted himself off, and is now a very major threat to Harry Smith's lead of this race.
Yeah, and Harry Smith is going to, I think, be feeling the pressure soon. And may start to feel like he is going to have the screw turned on him somewhat. I want to have a quick look as well at that battle a little bit further down in the GT3s. Exactly here, Dennis Duna, Sim Racing for Holland. For P2
it's almost like I read your mind.
Yeah, I was trying to find it. I couldn't quite get there in time. But this battle for P2 and 3, I think it's going to be interesting to see how this one pans out. Bradman Motorsport, of course, not quite that 7/10 behind, but not too far back. You can just about see them in the background.
Nisila P2, so he's gotten past actually Dennis Duna and Yumi Nisila in the last couple of minutes. So some really good progress there from the satellite driver.
Yes, so it'll be interesting to see if he can pull away in that position. Was where I was headed with that. But Brabham Esports as well, Motorsports I should say, have been there or thereabouts all race long, and you know, driver changes I think will be in the offing in the next hour or so. See if that changes the face of the race.
Yeah, it certainly has the potential to do so. Another driver that's actually been making decent progress here is Jules Neal, who's got in the G League Esports car into 6th in class, past Daniel Erstling in the Bros racing entry that's 4 seconds down the road. Now he's all over the back of Ben Guida here in this fight for 5th. We saw SRC Commerce was trying to keep up with that sort of fight for second.
I'm sorry,
class,
I nearly shot the guy.
Second between Satellite, Sim Racing Pole, and then Brabham. But now it looks like Jules Neal has
it was
really
50-50, kind of.
become a factor in this battle as well. In fact, he's actually got the overall fastest lap in class, 2 minutes 4 seconds, 0.2. So that really shows you that the BMW is working well, and Jules Neal is starting to come to the grips. He's been very, very impressive in sort of practice and hot laps, and in qualifying too. And now he's really starting to prove it in the race. As look, he's having to almost push Ben Guida along through that final corner. And yeah, Jules Neal in a hurry to get into the top 5 here.
Yeah, let's see how this one's going to work out then for the 251 driver. On board we go on the bonnet. Is he able to make a move inside, outside? You can just see him gaining by even, you know, an inch or two every single second, but it's not going to be enough. And he will have to stay just in behind the SRC Commerce Esports car for P5 at the moment. I want to go back up to the front though, and Remy DeLorme, because he's closing right up already, I should say, to Harry Smith. Last lap as they crossed the line for DeLorme was a 1:47 flat. For Harry Smith, a 1:48.5. Just to put into perspective the difference in pace at the moment. And I mean, DeLorme is coming, and Harry Smith better be ready, because Smith is going to be under pressure, maybe even at the next braking zone.
Oh, this is like trying to stop a jackhammer with a tablecloth here. Harry Smith is looking very, very exposed. And that tablecloth is not going to be enough, because the Go team just gets 1.5 seconds faster. I think that really says it all. Even with some traffic, I think Harry Smith knows that he is up against a bit of a wall here, and he's quite lucky, I think quite happy to even lead the race even briefly, but and to lead on merit too, for that matter. But it's certainly, this is sort of having a feeling of a bit of inevitability about it, isn't it? Where Remy DeLorme is just in a league of his own, and just sort of, for a bit of bad luck, found himself in this position, and now is sort of starting to reassert the pace that he had before.
Is running
but
wide
Harry
on
Smith,
every
to be fair,
apex.
He's going to battle Game Leon and try, if he can, to use the traffic to sort of split himself off from Remy DeLorme, as indeed he does so now by getting the satellite car in between. But of course, immediately Remy DeLorme is desperate not to be held up here. As soon as he takes the lead, he knows he can just comfortably breeze off into the distance, and that he probably won't see Harry Smith again.
It's bone shaking like at this stage.
And of course, we don't know exactly how it's going to go when driver changes are applied, maybe at the next pit stop.
Ooh, we need 111 laps to make it on the rear end of P7 or P8.
Like I said, maybe just getting himself involved in what could be a battle for the lead here, despite not being on the lead lap. Chaos is ensuing as they get past the leaders in the hypercars, get past the Go Team LMP2. As we cross the line once again. No moves likely to be made down in towards turn 1, but this really isn't a comfortable part of the circuit to be in, as inside line is being forced onto him by onto Remy DeLorme, I should say, because he's going to lose a heap of time to the Netrex out in the lead, and this is getting all sorts of messy. Pribek trying to go through the middle. That's never going to work. There's contact. And yeah, that's one of the GT3s going around. I wouldn't be surprised if Pribek is not looked upon too kindly for that one.
Yeah, it was Daniel Erstling there, so now Jules Neal is very and truly got past into 7th position there. But
I have
Erstling doing well
front
to gather that
probably
one up.
From just
but,
brushing.
Yeah, scary times for our leaders though.
The LMP2 car
not to trip
that
over
thought it was a good
idea that was
to
what
brake
lost
on the
Remy
apex.
DeLorme the lead in the first place, wasn't it? So he'd be very, very conscious not to
just
repeat that. But it's Harry Smith that's got to deal with them first.
Repairs are NA though.
Black Hawk GT3 he goes. But
yeah,
in fact, he's actually been able to break away a little bit in all of this, which is exactly what Harry Smith needed to just try and hold on to the lead for as long as possible. Because if you can hold on for another couple of laps, that becomes 5 laps, maybe 10 laps, and you can sort of hold on to the pit stop phase till the next driver takes over, then there's a fighting chance for Netrex. The longer he stays in front, the more hope there is. So it's really hope that that Netrex are running on at the minute.
working at the moment, considering that they are still running relatively high up the order in first and third, but I kind of want it to be a little bit more than hope, as we have 4 hours full to go, and I think they do have a little bit more than hope. There's no guarantee that the Go team will drive past and be able to get up the road. So many variables in this race. I think NetRex will be confident in the position that they find themselves in, and Harry Smith will be getting used to running in the lead now. Back in that GT3 train, however, I wanted to have a quick little look again at not Daniel Ersley, but Jules Neal on the back of Ben Guider, because there's not much to split these two as they cross the line. Just about, it's nearly a second now. Was 4/10, now up to 7/10 of a second, but these two running relatively close together for P5 and P6. G-League wouldn't mind getting themselves into the top 5, I'm sure. But as we've had now, we're looking at about 30 minutes or so since the restart, teams and drivers are going to be starting to think about their pit stops, because of course, Ed, the strategies that teams would have come into this race with have been absolutely ripped apart with the red flag that we've seen.
Yeah, it's certainly put more than a couple of spanners in the works if the massive crash we saw at the original start didn't already. But yeah, it really means you're going to have to not necessarily get the calculator out, but sort of rethink when you're going to come in, because the fuel tank, especially in the the prototypes, can only really go so far, roughly sort of 40 minutes or so, whereas some of the GT3s can stretch it out quite a bit longer as well, by up to like 10 minutes or so. So certainly if you were going to do an aggressive strategy and come in early, that's basically out the window now, as we see, oh dear, this is the second of our Hyperions trying to unlap himself from the class leader. So that is Thomas Engage Esports then. So this is VAC trying to get back on the lead lap, which could be absolutely crucial for his hopes of trying to make it 2 podiums or 2 wins in a row. In fact, surely they're not going to fight too hard. It's Wojciech Polesny, but he is squeezing back into turn 3 there. And that was a little bit almost like he was going to let him through and then change his mind at the apex.
A bit of a weird one, really, in the moment. But I mean, VAC, he only really got the front right to the rear left there. I don't think he was alongside very much, and I think that's what the argument Polesny would have. But I wanted to come to this battle mainly because it shows how good VAC has been since the restart. He wasn't leading the drivers that were a lap down, but doing a really good job to try and get himself back through the order. It's Jules Neal and Ben Guider as they cross the line side by side. It's going to be Ben Guider just ahead of that G-League car, but Jules Neal trying to use every single bit of that of horsepower in that GT3 car to get himself far enough alongside to make a move to the inside at turn 1. He's got the brakes sorted. He's more than on the circuit on the exit. He's going to get that done. And Jules Neal, P5 for G-League. Yeah, very good. Neal is just so confident on the brakes here as well. It's a joy to see him just absolutely lighting up the timing screens. And next target is Tobias Hoffman. He's getting closer and closer to that podium battle as well, which is exactly what G-League would want to see. So the French team is going to be overjoyed that their young charger, who is still a teenager, let's not forget, is absolutely proving himself at a very, very high level in Division 1 in VEC. Yeah, looking forward to seeing how not just them, but some other teams can work their way through towards the end of the season here. Remy DeLorme still getting close to the front of the train in the hypercars. I do want to quickly have another little look at Thomas VAC as he still tries to get through on the leader in class of Polesny. He's going to go for the same move again. Inside line, he's got a little bit more room on the inside. Is he able to make it work this time? Not quite. Polesny spins into him. He squeezes him to the inside. This is a battle with the car 2 laps down. Squeezes him again to the inside. They're off the road. And Polesny, I don't know why he's fighting this so hard, I'll be honest with you here. He's leading the race. The next car behind him is 3 seconds. Thomas VAC is 2 laps down compared to him, and is clearly quicker at the moment. Oh, it's getting a little bit aggressive though. Whack down the inside. He doesn't keep it on the road. I'm not sure that'll be looked upon too kindly, but VAC is through. He's now, the notional leader of the LMP2s on the circuit, and it's now going to open the door to a couple of other lap cars to try and come through. Yeah, no love lost between a Polesny and VAC, is there? But yeah, I agree. I think Wojciech Polesny, that's the last thing he really needs, is to get taken out fighting a lapped car, essentially. Of course, it may be a championship rival, Thomas VAC, but he's down in 6th at the moment. And obviously, the racing driver part of your brain thinks to yourself, oh, if I lay him back on the lead lap, I might have to deal with him later on. But for me, I would say, well, if he wants to get through, be my guest, and
I'll just build my own lead and worry about him later.
I don't mind about that. I'm not slowed down.
Long-term sort of approach. But as a racing driver, you don't always think that way. In the moment when you've got that other car alongside you, you've got an immediate threat. You know how quick that other driver is, and you're thinking championship as well at this midpoint of the season. So I think Polesny maybe just lost his head a little bit there, but of course, luckily still got a 2.2 second gap to Enzo Gibbert in the RFRO. But that last lap was a 154.5, so yeah, Gibbert gained about a second and a half on him there just through that incident alone.
Yeah, and Justin Arola on the back of the train of the LMP2s, 4 laps down in that Sean Clark racing car, a very long way back, but Ruiz Baleshley would be the next car to overtake and would then put himself officially 3 laps down on the circuit. That is the closest battle we have on the circuit, closest battle for position that we have on the circuit. It's that leading battle that we're looking at now between Harry Smith and Remy Delorme, only 4 tenths in it. Delorme not really able to get close like he did before. On the back of the NetRex car to make a move for the time being. It's been pretty stagnant for the last couple of minutes. With 4.5 hours on the clock still, he's got more than enough time to try and craft this overtake.
Yeah, Harry Smith, very, very experienced, a very, very calm head on a broad set of shoulders as well. He's hoping to keep them broad to keep Remy Delorme behind as well, if possible. Also interesting to note, Jules Neal just set a lap time 8 tenths faster than Tobias Hoffman in front of him. That's the fight for 4th in the GT3 class. So Hoffman, he's not really catching Dennis Duna. Duna has impressed me here in that Sim Racing for Holland car. Really, there's been a bit of good fortune to get them this high up the grid, but they've really had the pace to stay there compared to some of their opposition here. And yeah, Neil is really just a man on a mission at the moment. He's just been making moves left and right up the GT3 order after losing out a little bit in that early melee.
Yeah, absolutely. Good to pick your way through the early melee, but also good to keep yourself involved at this stage of the race. And Jules Neal is very much keeping himself involved. He's the one making moves at the front of the field in the GT3. He's made a move for P5 a couple of laps ago now, looking at the back of Tobias Hoffman for what would be a P4, and it's not a million miles to get to P3 either. So a good set of laps for this G League car. Let's see if he can get this move done as they go under the cheese bridge and out towards turn number 5. Is there any ducking and diving that's going to occur from Jules to try and almost duke out Tobias Hoffman? He's going to get to the inside line. I think he's going to make this move pretty easily, actually. Inside line, getting it stopped from the brakes. Going to keep it on the circuit like he did at turn 1, but Hoffman back up the inside. He's still fighting this one out.
Yeah, Hoffman not trying to give up about a fight, but he doesn't quite have the overlap into 4. And he sort of has to let that 4th place go. Yes, Tobias Hoffman starting to go backwards in this race, but Jules Neal, meteoric progress just continuing here. Next target, of course, is Dennis Duna, who is just a little bit up the road as well. Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on the progress of Neal because he's proving to be a real wild card in that black and yellow G League Esports machine. And really exciting to watch him just really outfox, outmaneuver, and outpace those around him.
Yeah, it's been great to watch so far in this race, and we'll have even more time to see what he can do throughout the rest of this race. I think it's going to be interesting at the next pit stops to see if drivers do start to change over. I mean, some of these teams officially have quite a few drivers listed. The likes of that number 19 NetRex car officially have 5 drivers listed. I don't think they're going to get through all of them today. You'd have to presume that another couple are going to jump in. Same can be said for the number 18 NetRex car. So 10 NetRex drivers. We've only had 2 so far in the first hour and a half of this race. I think you'd expect to see another couple at least at the next pit stop cycle, which must be coming up soon. We've had about 40 minutes or 45 minutes actually since we got going. Actually, it's a little bit less than that, isn't it? About 30 minutes, 35 minutes since we got restarted. I think it's going to be interesting to see when the pit stops are made, what drivers and teams decide to do with their strategies.
Yeah,
I'm
especially those
people are running double
a lap or
stints.
2 down might try and do something a little bit unorthodox to try and make up that. What you really need is just some clear air. And it's quite hard to come by when you've got 3 different classes at the tight circuit like Road America, a high-speed tight circuit for good measure too. It's quite hard to find clear air to set those quick lap times in. You sort of either need to be leading in class or by quite some margin, or you need just to be quite a way down the field with nobody in front of you, essentially. So that's really the only way you're going to be able to have that clear air. Or if you can make the overtakes very quick without being held up for too long, which is never really a guarantee. Meanwhile, when watching this, Jules Neal has got within 6 tenths now of Duna. So the Sim Racing for Holland car is going to find that yellow and black G League BMW just breezing by if they're not careful in a few minutes' time.
They will. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll also keep an eye on this battle between Andrea Riccelli and Mikko Kokiakowski for P3 in the LMP2 battle. These guys have been tightening themselves up a touch and will again through the carousel as Riccelli is going to sit and wait behind a fellow Simfrim car in the GT3 for the exit of the carousel to make a move. Of course, you can see in this battle just ahead the undercover Ryzen car, but also the Go Team car that is a lap or two down in the LMP2 field, just at the front of this train. We're going to go and look at the G League car, though, with Jules Neal, as he's looking to try and make a move around the outside of Dennis Duna. He's not going to make it at Canada Corner because he's just about going to be forced wider. As we do see these battles almost converge on each other, they'll work their way towards the final corner. But Neal, I think, is going to be lining up turn number 1. He can't even get to the outside line, though, because the LMP2 is right in the way. Oh, no!
Oh! Well held actually by Jules Neal there, but yeah, the LMP2, I think that was the Go Team, was just in exactly the wrong place at exactly the wrong moment, and that's cost Jules Neal about a second. So Tobias Hoffman will be catching up a little bit as a consequence of that, getting back within a second, but that could have been so much worse for Jules Neal. That was nearly race over there.
Yeah, luckily enough, they were able to make it through, but not without a little bit of a hitch. This is the battle for the lead, though, in the hypercars. Lead for the race overall, of course. Harry Smith having to defend, but he's going to have the up and under done too. And Remy Delorme has judged that to perfection. And the Go Team car back into the race lead. Netrex started the restart 1 and 2, and now 2 and 3. Delorme has dispatched of both of them. And how quickly can he get up the road here, Ed?
Yeah, that was a valiant defense from Harry Smith, but he left because he had to go defensive. The inside was open on the exit there, but now Harry Smith uses a bit of his hybrid battery, trying to go around the outside into turn 3, and he's done it. He's retaken the lead, at least temporarily, as he has to go off track at turn 3 and back up the inside goes Remy Delorme. Love to see this never say die attitude from Harry Smith, as he now is even more trying to go around the outside of turn 5, but that was a non-starter there. And Remy Delorme is now having to get defensive once more, as all this traffic is really not ideal for him as well. Harry Smith knows this could be his best opportunity to retake the lead. If he doesn't do it now, Remy Delorme's just going to disappear.
Yeah, Delorme is going to try and escape up the road. He's doing an all-right job of that so far, but we'll have to see if he can use some of this traffic to his advantage. It won't help him through the kink that he has to check up, and he won't get the run. In fact, it's going to be a pretty decent run for Harry Smith as he goes towards Canada Corner. Has he got anything to try and get past? He's nearly onto the grass. He's on the outside line. He's going to try it all the way around the outside, going wide and off the circuit, but I think he's just about got it done. It's around the outside again from Delorme, though, into the penultimate corner. Harry Smith will hold the lead, but Delorme has the inside line for the final turn, has the move done, but does he get a good enough exit? Harry Smith will have the advantage on the traction you'd expect. He has the advantage of the slipstream, and down this long front straight, can he make a move at turn 1?
Harry Smith is throwing absolutely everything at Remy Delorme right now. Fantastic to watch. He's got the run around the outside, but it's Remy Delorme that has the inside line. If he can break late enough, no, he lets Harry Smith through, decides to live to fight another day on that front there. And look at what we can see here. Harry Smith back in the lead, exactly where he wanted to be, and Remy Delorme sees it's not going to be a piece of cake like he maybe thought it would a few laps ago. Harry Smith is showing himself to be quite the contender here today. So we see the first pit stop, I think, is that the Blackhawk LMP2 that's going into the pits there?
I believe it is coming into the pits, and we'll have to see.
No, it's undercover Ryzen.
Sorry, yes, undercover Ryzen. I was looking at my timing page there. Ryzen are in, and Kokiakowski is still in that car after making the pits. Of course, a big gap back to Thomas Vac, who was, of course, leading the charge of the drivers who are a lap down or more. But we'll see if that's going to affect the undercover Ryzen car too much over the course of this race. But this battle at the front of the field between Harry Smith and Remy Delorme, absolutely the ticket to be watching, as around the outside goes Delorme. And he's just about going to negotiate that traffic. Couldn't afford to lose too much more time as Harry Smith gets through before the kink.
Yeah, and another thing that we missed while we were watching that intense overall battle for the lead was Jules Neal has cleared Dennis Duna and is now on the podium. As we see, is that the 44 Hyperion going into the pits in 6th in the LMP2 class. So the LMP2s are starting to run really low on the fuel tank. But there we go. As you see Hoffman really in some trouble there in the background. He's fighting with one of the Blackhawks, I think. That might be Arda Erchen trying to unlap himself. And Hoffman not very compliant there as they go through the kink, but he has to concede that track position, if not overall position there. So Very aggressive stuff from Arda Erchan as we see all of the LMP2s starting to come into the pits, Dara. It's really everyone running out of fuel at this point.
Yeah, 45 minutes or so since the restart. That's about the limit for the drivers. How many minutes have we got left? We've got about 245. I reckon they can try and get home on 6 more stints based off of that maths. 5 stints is probably going to be a little bit of an ask, being upwards of 49 minutes, but we'll see what they can do. Wojtek Bolesny is going that one extra lap. Let's see if that benefits him, as he will continue to lead this race at this stage of proceedings. It's going to be interesting to see how busy it is actually down on pit lane right now. Let's have a quick look. It's Riccielli coming out of the pit lane now with Simfreem. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4 drivers in the box, and Riccielli for the Simfreem car team will come out in P3 behind, of course, GIGABYTE in that RFRO esports car, and he's already out of the pit lane and going past a couple of GT3s already. He's looking like he's in a good shape, or in good shape for the time being.
Oh, penalty for Mateusz Zabinski, so that's the 45 Hyperion in trouble. They had sort of slipped down to 5th anyway, and it looks like they've sped in the pit lane as well for good measure then. So yeah, Hyperion, they sort of got the car in difficulties. That's their lead car, and the other car, the one that's doing well in the championship, the one last time out, is a lap down effectively still. So yeah, it's not really working out for the Poles at the moment, but hopefully Thomas Vac in the 44 can at least recover and get into that fight up the front then. Of course, they are a lap down literally because of the extra lap that Bolesny is doing effectively. So maybe that's why Bolesny did it, just to spite Thomas Vac for that unlapping attempt earlier that he clearly didn't appreciate.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit confused as to why he didn't appreciate that move so much, if I'm honest. He's 2 laps down. I mean, you just, let him get up the road. Don't cause any incident. I mean, that could have gone a lot worse.
It's a sort of tunnel vision, I think, Darren.
No, exactly. But it's surprising because still in the early stages of the race, after the red flag as well, you'd think that you're leading the race, you've got a relatively comfortable gap, all nice and calm. But, Bolesny wanted to fight. He fought it. And luckily for him, it didn't go as bad as it absolutely could have done. Not too many gaps, though. Not too many battles for the lead at the moment. Jesper Pedersen, I should say, in the GT3s has a very comfortable gap, 15.3 seconds ahead of Jimmy Nisler, and it's been so impressive to see that Jimmy Nisler and Jules Neal have been able to work their way through the field up into 2nd and 3rd. They were both running about 5th and 6th at one point, but now both sitting on what would be the podium. They're just having a tough time trying to catch up to Jesper Pedersen, who has driven a flawless race up to this point.
Yeah, he's certainly not put a foot wrong and is taking advantage of the opportunity presented to them. And in contrast with Caspian Motorsport, the 75 with Semir Selek at the wheel that they were fighting for the lead in the championship, who are 5 points behind them, of course. They've had a really horrible day. Selek is down near the very, very back of the GT3 order, I think, with only 4 cars running behind him. He's effectively 3 laps down then overall. So it's not really gone to plan for them, with pretty much everything that could go wrong has gone wrong. As we see, that looks like the 45 coming in to serve its drive-through. And we also see the Simfreem of, I believe that is Andrei Riccielli, that's starting to fight Korakowski, who we saw was the first of the LMP2s to pit. Now he's starting to be caught by Andrei Riccielli, as into the pits comes Harry Smith from the lead.
Yes, and now this is where we're going to see the battle almost done on the strategy between the front two. 242 minutes left in this race. So, each stint, 5 stints to the end from here, you would be looking at about 48 minutes, give or take. So that could be a target for pretty much everybody in this hypercar field. Maybe they're looking to go on 4, but maybe would be a bit of a push at well over 50 minutes, nearing an hour. We'll wait and see how that occurs, though. Still a lot of time for drivers and teams to decide what's the best way to go about their strategy, but we're going to see how it impacts that battle for the lead. Is there a change for the lead in the pit stop phase? Is it going to stay exactly the same? We will wait and see. Riccielli still close to the back of Korakowski, but not too close for now. Let's keep a bit of a close eye on how Delorme's in-lap is going, as you'd presume. He may not be coming in this lap, but you'd presume that he may be.
Yeah, certainly they can sort of, with Van Starkenberg only about 3 seconds behind, Netrex can sort of cover Delorme with the other car, doing the same strategy as whatever Go Team are going to try and do here. But But yeah, Delorme is going to hope that on the lower fuel he can just set a personal best middle sector here. So this could be an in-lap as we see a yellow in the final sector. And their teammates are coming into the pits as well, actually, along with the Black Hawk of Moynier and the Seawolf Net Race car. You can see him just in the background there being serviced along with, finally, Walter Polesny has made it to the pits then in the Thomas Enge esports car.
Yes, and Polesny then down on pit road. We'll see how he is able to cope. But Delorme going through, it's interesting to see how big this overcut is, realistically, from the Go team.
Van Starkenberg has also come in, so he's not covering Delorme as I expected he might. But so Harry Smith is going to re-inherit second position, and definitely looks like Smith is going for this sort of undercut here on the fresher tyres. But of course, he will have higher fuel load than Delorme at this moment in time.
Yes, we'll see how that does pan out. As I was saying a second ago, with Delorme staying out, means that maybe this can benefit him later on into the race in comparison to the two Netrec cars. We'll see how that does all pan out. Still not really many battles going on, particularly in the LMP2 class. Gaps are pretty wide. Worth noting as well where Thomas Vac has got to on the circuit. He is still, of course, a couple of laps down and making sure that people are aware of where he is. But remember, he overtook the Thomas Enge Sim Racing car not a million years ago. Look where Enzo Guiver is. He's coming around turn 1. So clearly Vac hasn't got very far to try and get himself back towards any kind of contention, maybe trying to get back towards the teammate, because you can see Vac is just up the road here and going down in towards turn number 5. So not the best of 20 minutes or so for Vac, but he's got so much time to try and gain more time.
Did you see as well as Thomas Vac saw the Seawolf Net Race car of, I think that was Jan Venniger, coming out of the pits just alongside him? He knew he was going to come out ahead, and then Venniger was going to overtake. He was flashing his lights wildly as if to say, look, just get out of here. I'm on a mission here, trying to catch up to the rest of the LMP2s that I don't need to deal with you right now. So, yeah, Thomas Vac is taking no prisoners today. Into the pits comes Remy Delorme from the lead. So let's see where he comes out relative to Starkenberg and Smith. It looks like a short stop for Starkenberg because he's come out 1.4 ahead of Harry Smith, who was about 3 or 4 seconds behind. Yeah, definitely bit of a cluster at the time being. We'll see how it does pan out. But now with Remy Delorme in the pit lane, how is this going to pan out with von Starkenberg and Harry Smith? Von Starkenberg now being the natural leader of the two. Let's see if he is going to get. You think he's going to stay behind because of almost the extra length of the Harry Smith pit stop. But let's see if there is actually a bit of a difference as Delorme is. We go trackside with him, or maybe
gonna
not,
box
because
this lap.
he is very much in the box. We'll follow with Rob van Starkenberg though as they run up the hill. Is there any kind of chance
after this stint I'm
von
gonna jump here
to get to the back of Remy Delorme?
Yeah.
Where is Delorme? Can we
No,
spot
that's
him
good.
in the pit lane? No, he has gone. He's down towards turn 1, and Remy Delorme is away, and by a few seconds as well. The Go Team car very much in the lead of the race now.
But what could have happened here is that Netrex maybe have spooked Go Team into underfueling the car a little bit, which could hurt them strategically if they have to come in a few laps early in the next stint because they underfueled to keep track position. But that it very much remains to be seen there. I think Go Team probably won't be panicking too much now, but Netrex know with 2 cars in the fight, they can afford to play those sort of strategy games to underfuel Van Starkenberg to sort of force Go Team's hand a little bit there. Didn't quite work on this occasion though, I don't think.
No, it didn't. But hey, they're always going to be fighting in there, and we'll see how this one can develop. 4 hours, 16 minutes left to go in this race. We're nearly at that 1/3 mark for the 6 hours of Road Atlanta, round 5 of season 17 here of the Virtual Endurance Championship, brought to you live on Virtual Endurance Championship YouTube channel. Glad to have everybody's company watching along and in the chat as well. Hope you are enjoying this phase of the race. We certainly are up here in the commentary box. And as is Remy Delorme, going pretty nicely in that CMT Go Team racing car that does lead the race for the time being. It is still Wojtek Polesny who leads in the LMP2s, just in behind actually the battle. Wojtek Polesny, where is Thomas Vac? Is that Thomas Vac just behind actually? It is Thomas Vac just behind Wojtek Polesny. This could get interesting again, Ed.
Yeah, I'm getting deja vu here. So Polesny has sort of overcut his way back ahead of Thomas Vac, hasn't he, in terms of track position to put himself a lap ahead, essentially, again. And yeah, Thomas Vac is clearly not impressed. So no wonder he was flashing his lights at every car coming out the pits, because I think, you know, he's like, oh, that might be Wojtek Polesny. So I'll flash just to make sure that it isn't. But yeah, what I expect to happen up front, by the way, is for Van Starkenberg to let Harry Smith back through, because I think he out-qualified Van Starkenberg, and he's naturally the slightly quicker of the two at this phase. And it makes no sense while fighting Remy Delorme to let Van Starkenberg hold Harry Smith up. But if they decide that they're in a race against each other for second rather than against Delorme for the overall victory, which we might see happen later on, then it might change the situation and it might turn into every man for himself, as we see the three GT3 leaders going into the pits.
Yes, and we'll see how this will affect the race, with drivers coming in for stops at about the 4-hour 15 mark, as the GT3s will pile themselves in. But Vac will be getting close to the back of Polesny. This is going to get interesting, but just on behind of Vac is, of course, Harry Smith, who is trying to find his way through. Can't afford to lose too much time to Van Starkenberg, his teammate, and of course Remy Delorme, who does now lead the race, and they will now cross over through the kink. And Harry Smith is through on Thomas Vac, and we will keep an eye on how Vac is able to work his way up towards Wojtek Polesny, because there's not really too many on-track battles for the time being, but we saw how tasty this was last time, and I don't think round 2 is going to be much different, especially after the afters that were left.
No, certainly not. But yeah, Thomas Inc. Esports will be gritting their teeth at this moment, because they've done such a good job so far, built up a nearly 10-second lead after this pit stop, and now they've got the familiar, quite haunting sight from their point of view of the Hyperion of Thomas Vac closing up to the back of them, desperate to unlap itself, and it's certainly not going to do any favours. If Vac thinks he's not been given enough space, he won't be shy about making his feelings known in a very physical manner.
Yeah, let's see how it occurs. Hopefully it's all nice and
that came out a little bit wrong, I'm sorry.
I can't with the
okay. No, it's fine. We can have friends. We can be friends, can't we, surely? And have a nice time racing together. We've still got 4 hours of the race, guys. Right?
As we
Let's see
expected.
then, Thomas Vac down towards turn 5. Wojtek Polesny just up in front. I don't think the move's going to be on this time round, but
I'm going to try to
we
see
will
how these hards are
what they
working.
can do in the coming minutes.
Copy.
Just to give you a bit of a
Do
run
you
through
put
of the
cross or
current
all
order in
four?
the GT3. So
don't
Duna
understand
is
you.
in the lead at
Did you
the
put
moment. I
cross,
believe
like mediums on the
they are
right?
yet to pit
Yes.
in the sim racing for Holland's
Copy.
car. Is that may be changing? No, it's not. I just got confused as I looked across. A couple of the
Yeah,
GT3s
but
coming
let's
in.
see if
Not
that
Dennis
hard
Duna.
tire
Josh
on
Hoffman
our
is
car would
P2,
even be
and then it is Ben Geider in
possible to double
P3. All
stint.
3 of these guys yet to
Geider
pit.
in the pits.
Although Geider is now in the pit lane, yeah, so there is one. Daniel Ersling, P4, is he coming in? Yes, he is. And that'll allow Jesper Pedersen, who's in P5, to cycle his way up back towards the podium positions in the GT3s, but you don't want to go that far wide up the final corner, Jesper. He will know that for sure. But RAF Esports still going strongly, and after the season that they've had so far, I think they'll be somewhat delighted. Of course, they come into this race leading the championship, but by only 5 points. And with Caspian not necessarily being where they'd expect to be, I think this is looking pretty good at the moment for the RAF Esports team.
Yeah, especially compared to their expectations going in, because I'm pretty sure Yene Simoncic's stream is titled 6 hours of us moaning about BOP. So I think they've been moaning too much. So they might be moaning anyway, despite leading the race by a pretty comfortable margin, it must be said, once the pit stops cycle through. But yeah, certainly they're looking good to make it 3 in a row so far. I can't see anybody that could, Nisula or Jules Neal, really holding a candle to Peterson's pace, and I think Simoncic, it might be the same story as well once he gets in. So you gotta say all signs point to Rafa in GT3 so far, but there's no guarantees. We've seen so much unexpected stuff happen in this race so far. All it takes is one maybe slightly overzealous hypercar or LMP2 making a bit of damage to that Rafa as it tries to lap it, and then it could completely change the picture. As there we go, Peterson very much lets the Seawolf have a wide berth around the outside there as it laps him. But at the moment, Peterson, apart from that slightly tardy exit at the final corner that we just saw that you commented on there, I don't think he's really put a foot wrong. He's been absolutely exemplary.
He has, and it's been great to watch up to this point in the race. To your point about Yerne's scream, it is called 6 hours of blaming BOP.
That's it, yeah.
So, yeah, they're not necessarily the happiest people in the world, but hey-ho, that's how it goes sometimes.
That's what happens when you lead a championship.
Yeah, exactly that. I noticed something in chat of Adrian in the chat saying Monaco, let's go. And I don't really want to break many hearts, but I believe the Monaco car is out of the race. So it's not been a particularly good day. I believe they were out of the race in the first few laps even. So it's not been a particularly good day. We started with 40 cars. We have 39 remaining. Well, we have 38 remaining because Abel Sequeira is apparently out of the race. Yes, he is 21 laps down. We just haven't picked up on that to this point. But there is lots going on, lots to keep track of. It doesn't necessarily help that we've got cars, on the lead lap, not on the lead lap. It's all a bit crazy. But with 4 hours 10 to go, we do know that Remy Delorme, Wojciech Bolesny, and Dennis Duna lead our 3 classes, and they're not all being led by very much. I mean, we haven't really seen many battles for the lead, but it is fair to say that it has been relatively close. And Dennis Duna's gap only just about 3.5 seconds. Back to Tobias Hoffmann just in behind.
Yeah, the Wanaka car is the 96, so we've not really seen a head or tail of the 96 since the race got restarted after the red flag. So, yeah, I think it's safe to say they are out of the picture at the moment. But we did just see there also a couple of comments from, you can tell who is on in the chat is from the Thomas Enge esports team and who's more on the Hyperion side. Yukamaki Yupi from Thomas Enge Sim Racing, who I think is going to be driving later, says, yeah, they need to catch us to try and kill us again from 1 lap behind. Christian Muscala says, just let him go. So I think Christian agrees with you, Dara.
Well, I mean, I guess the pace in my head, if I saw that the driver behind had the fastest lap and was coming up behind me and was 2 laps down and was looking for a move, I just wouldn't fight them. I wouldn't get aggressive with them. If they wanted to get aggressive, let them, and then let them go up the road, because it's not necessarily your race at the moment, and holding them up now is not going to make a whole lot of difference. It may even lose you time in the grand scheme of things. I mean, that's what I would personally do. Of course, the teams, Thomas Enge, are more than entitled to try and keep everybody the laps behind that they can, because they are leading the race. They have the prerogative to do that. It's just how you want to go about that, I think, is where some of the conflict will occur. But this is the battle. Thomas Vac and the Thomas Enge sim racing team are going to be going at it down, I think, probably down at turn 5 once again. Inside line of the race-leading RAFA Esports car in the GT3s means that Thomas Vac gets a little bit held up and may get checked up a bit and not able to make the move on Poleshny as they make their way down towards turn 5.
Yeah, Wojciech Poleshny didn't really give Jesper Peterson a whole lot of warning into turn 1, and Jesper Peterson, as a result, wasn't able to give a whole lot of space. But they just about made it through, about just avoiding contact there. So that was disaster avoided mercifully there. So there shouldn't be. It's not like Poleshny is making enemies in the other classes as well. It's literally just Thomas Vac that he doesn't like, it seems, at the moment, having to deal with. But yeah, Thomas Vac is making himself into a bit of an issue here, and as long as he can stay, get himself back on the lead lap, and he's threatening to do so, then he remains a bit of a problem, a bit of a factor that the rest of the top 5 in LMP2 are going to have to deal with as this race goes on. But yeah, meanwhile, interestingly, and I do think this backs up, as we see Terzi set the fastest lap in GD3 in the sim frame, interestingly. Remy Delorme, he's not really been able to pull away from Rob van Starkenberg, and that to me suggests that van Starkenberg has got quite low fuel, because naturally I think Delorme was a fair bit quicker than both van Starkenberg and Smith then. So yeah, van Starkenberg definitely enjoying the lower fuel at the moment potentially, but that could come back to bite him in terms of strategically later on.
Well, it may just suggest that the Go team didn't underfuel. Of course, Van Starkenberg got a couple of laps of the undercut, so would naturally have less fuel if they both fuel to the same level, just a little bit between them in terms of time. So I absolutely think that it's probably to do with that rather than anything else. I can't imagine that they significantly underfueled the car. I just think realistically, if anything, Harry Smith just had a longer pit stop and dropped back the 2 positions from where he was. Dennis Duna in the pit lane. Tobias Hoffman is in P2 as well. We will now see the RAF Esports team go through, and there they are. Jesper Pedersen back into the lead of the race, cycles through, of course, going a little bit shorter on that first stint. I wonder if they're doing the extra stint. We've seen them do that a couple of times before this season when it's felt like it's going to be a little bit of a crazy strategy. Let's see if it works for them tonight. I think they'll back themselves from the good position that they found themselves in about 15, 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, we also see there has been a driver change, and Jules Neal has handed over to Matteo Axigitz, and Matteo is struggling to pass the second of the satellite cars. Nisula in the leading one that's currently in second. Andrew Holland in their second car as well is now being used to really hold up G League Esports here, and this is costing them a chance on the podium here because the Sim Racing for Holland car and the Bradman Esports car are not far out of getting out the pit lane here, and Axigitz needs to get through as soon as possible.
Yeah, and let's see, can he do it? Down in towards turn 1. G-League have been making moves throughout this race, well, particularly since the restart. Inside on and Andrew Holland, and the satellite racing car will be step number 1 for Matteo as he goes to the inside, gets that move done. It's easy as you like down the inside, and he's up into P3.
And what do you think about this cross
We'll have to see if those gaps do end up closing a touch. But there is a big
so far
gap,
feels
there,
alright
between Jimmy Nidra at the moment and Matteo, and I don't really think that there's too much to explain for that at this point.
If you want, give it a try on the
driver change, Matteo.
Yeah.
Well, exactly,
whereas Nisula and Peterson haven't yet.
Exactly, but apart from that, there's not really anything else to describe why the gap is so large. Just how it's happened. Matteo, I thought he was going to spin himself out there. Didn't
right in front of Remy Delorme as well.
Yeah, exactly. As I was just about to say, as the Go Team car comes through, and I don't think Delorme wants any hiccups at this stage of the race, nearly 2 hours in.
No, I mean, he's had more than his fair share of drama, isn't he? to fill a couple of seasons, right?
Microphone activated.
Locking enabled. Log building finished. Locking enabled.
Should I aim for 25 laps only, yeah?
I think so, yeah.
Copy. How many laps do you have left?
13.
Copy. Double stint, no option, yeah?
Say again?
Double stint, no option.
Hard to say. Like, I'm sitting in the halftime of the stint with 76, 74. So if I got it correctly, then Arda Erkan is doing like some 1.5 stints. Someone said he only refueled for 16 seconds instead for the full 30 whatever. But then it would mean he needs to box this lap. But yeah, I don't know. I think starting the 1.5 stints on the same tire now, I'm not sure if it's worth it.
Copy, I tried the cross tire allocation.
Yeah, give it a try. It feels pretty natural though.
Yeah, it's better at the carousel, definitely.
Eight laps.
Copy.
Log building finished. No nézzük ezt a loadingot. Well, it seems Arda will do the whole stint as well.
Yeah, likely.
These LMP2s are liking you.
No, no,
or...
no, no. I'm going to Jimmy, and I'm gonna mourn.
Yeah.
It's I have difficulties even perceiving what I see here. And probably as per the rules, I'm turning in on them or whatever.
Yeah, but I mean, what do you supposed to do? Disappear?
Yeah, like it's them just fucking up everyone else. I know that being held up by traffic sometimes is part of the business, but people are sending it like expecting you to give them way to the lane, despite they're like having the front splitter just across your rear wing.
Yep, agreed. How many from the line?
4.
Copy, I'm gonna go to P.
Yep.
Okay, I'm back.
Box next lap.
Copy. Double stint possible or not?
Well, 51.47.
So not.
Not the full distance, no. I mean, we can experiment if you want.
Nah, I mean, if you can't do it, then probably I can't as well.
I mean, I'm overdriving, but I can't underdrive more.
Yeah. I see it, no worries. Tire select wise, up to you. I'm good with either full meds or on left hand side hards.
I think the left hand side hards are more consistent. Whatever you want.
Put left on hards, please.
So some of those idiots gave us rear left damage. I set it to no repair, but be aware that you may need to fix it in the pit stop for your next selection.
Box.
Box.
Good job.
Shall we place a bet which setting this time gets fucked around when I stop the car?
Rear wing
Yes, please, rear wing.
to 17 or something like that. Okay, should I try to save to 26 or just go with 225s?
Depends what you want to do. Like, if you want to go 3 stints, you can do 3 stints. If I don't know how we are having a chance against other people in the end. Like, I don't know. I think I closed a minute since the start, or close to. So yeah, up to you.
Yeah, copy. We'll see how my pace compared to the others,
Yeah.
and then we decide. Then I go with 25s.
Yeah, go for 25s. I'll have a calculation of what's going to be in the end. "13 seconds.
I'm ready.
Locking enabled.
Alright, enjoy.
Thanks. We'll try. Ezért nem ment az autó az egyenesbe. Jó tudni.
So if it's fine, I will be back in roughly an hour, hour and 15.
Yeah, from me it's okay.
Okay, brilliant. Then enjoy.
Thanks. Na, tesó! Na most a szép volt, jó van! Valami ökörfű, bazd meg. Újra ne dupla stinteljünk. Ci stanno passare una masma, ragazzi. Miért lassul ez itt meg? That's one plus position or minus for us. H posi. Uha. Vilket sitter, alltså TCS-regel. Megvan. Amúgy nem rossz, hogy a csávókám kereket cserélt, tankolt, és mögöttem volt a boxba, és már sehol nincs. Gratula! De dám faszfej. Jaj, de nagyon nem fogom bánni, hogy többet soha nem kellek az alatt az ember alatt versenyezni. Jaj, de nem fogom bánni. Nevetséges. Ugyanúgy 4 kerékcsere, telitonk bazd meg, és a csávó 10 szekkel kevesebbet áll, mint mi. Ezt akkor szarjál, sünd bazd meg, vagy amit akarsz. Jellemtelen, fos szar. Jó a bapom, Jimmy vagyok, kapaszor. Jó a bapom. Hello guys, we are coming to put it in seconds. We are coming to yeah, turn one, don't die, please, don't die, yeah. Fucker. Nyomorú szar. Pénzéhes szar. Borotválkozni tanulj meg, szemét lát először. Hogyan basszuk szét a gumikat egy kanyarra. Legközelebb az meg be is tolom elé, te faszopó. Live-jaiddal, heveség. Azért mert hülye gyerek neki nincs tükre, nem neked kell visszahozni agresszióból. Nem fog leesni szélesre, várhatod öreg. Ja, juha. Azt nem értem, hogy Kamal hogy gyorsabb nálam, és van 43 szekra, úgyhogy nem cserét annyi gubit, mint én. Az jó. De fiam! Rigó, komám! Te se vagy már régi. Tesó, most őszintén, mit szeretnél, mit csináljak? Szűnjek meg? Hát anyádat már! Bassza. És húzott is az autó. Juhú! Igen jó. Mr. Danny Van Der Wiet. Üres nyomorult. Imádom, amikor a D2 sztárjai megjönnek elemházni. Annyira jó! Na, 20 kör, hogy én ezen a retken még méterrel többet nem megyek, abba biztos. Várassza magát, akinek két anyja van ezzel a pussal. De mit csinálsz? Igen, jó, hogy levettük azt az egy pekört róla. Csicska lángos! Anyád. Michi, are you there? Michi. Course.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, hello, I've got 5 laps to pit on my end of second stint.
You still want to do a third stint?
It doesn't matter to me.
Then feel free doing so.
Oh, beep. The car has a little bit of damage on the front right. And an MP2 is towed. And an MP2 is towed. I'm gonna disappear in the fast right-hander in the middle sector.
Okay. And he just killed us, or?
I did disappear because I went on the grass when he touched me. So.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
Nothing more, just a repair buddy. Not a big issue. Maybe we are short on fuel a bit for the time target. I don't know if we need to spare.
No, I think just the final stint gets a tad longer.
Well, we could do 1 hour 34 minutes with 2 stints, yeah?
Let me check. Yeah, exactly 100 minutes with 224 lap stints to go.
24?
Yeah, like you boxed in 2 laps, right?
4.
Ah, 4. Yeah, then it's like a 24 lap and a 21 or 20 lap stint. You think we can finish any better than 9th?
Well, because the guys around us are all double stinting, we don't.
Copy.
Because it's really hard to catch up the double stint. And it's not exactly double actually, because they are not. They're changing only, I think, 2 tires on the left hand side, and that's it.
Ah.
Because Kamal was 11 ahead when I sit in.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the first stint, he was 20.
Ah.
But when we exited the pit, he was 40 seconds ahead, and I swapped all 4.
I see.
So I think it's just 2 tires on the left, what they take.
I mean, we could try doing that too. But then, like, if you take all 4 hards, maybe I should get back in. Like, I don't know. I don't care in the end. Like, 8th or 9th doesn't matter.
It's up to you to call. I'm happy with whatever you say.
Yeah, I'm happy with whatever you think is best as well.
I mean, we don't have much to lose, so...
Yeah. Nice hypercar.
Have she tried to kill me 4 times, maybe? Okay, so what should we do?
It's up to you. Whatever you feel like. I can take over again for a double, or you can do a double, or you can do a single and I take the last single.
I think our best shot if you take over the double.
Okay. Then I get ready. How many laps?
This and the next one.
Copy.
Tire wise, what you want?
Hards all around, I'm trying to do that then.
Hards all around. Ugyanaz az verd az esó. Még jó, hogy ugyanaz a hangja. Aha. Ha. Hát az azért jó egyébként, mert De ugye hát a RF2-ből lett a GT3 áttéve úgy, ahogy van, tehát igazából a LMU-ba, ami van, az az RF2-es GT3-ak. Csak ugye az LMU fizikára át vannak írva. Ennyi. De maga például, tehát a motorhang, meg ilyen, az copy-paste valószínűleg. Michi, you ready?
Yep.
The Mets can do as well. On the right hand side.
Say again, please.
Mets are okay as well. I'm entering pit now.
Would you think the Mets can do a double stint?
Yeah, easy because it's not too full double.
Then put them on the right.
Mets on the right. Így van. Pilótát cserélünk. Hát egy gyönyörű VEC karrier vége. Check the brake bias when you exiting pit, please.
Copy.
I used that 51.3. Don't know. Úgyhogy én ebbe a ligába többet nem szeretnék menni. Elég volt. Most egy kicsit ez a... Igazából úgy az egész, ugye a körítés, tehát ez majd akkor, hogyha Michi elrajtol, vagy elmegy a boxból, akkor majd beszélgetünk róla. Még maradok streamen, úgyhogy nem történik semmi. Be ready?
Ready.
Take care, Michi. Best of luck.
There might be an occasion where you would need to come into the back car straight away, but I will note you if it's necessary.
Yeah, okay. I'll be around till the end of the race. I'm here.
Okay, brilliant.
...52 perc a BMW-vel, de mindjárt beszélgetünk, jó? Csak elmegyek egyet. Ez megtette a hatását, ez. Csapvíz van benne, nem máshogy. Csak az üvegsponsor. Na mindjárt jövök!
Do we have medium all around? Csaba?
Na szóval. Mindjárt csinálok streamet gyorsba. Összerakom.
Csaba, you there?
Csaba, you there?
Yep, I'm back. I'm back.
Did you
Yeah,
put
with that,
mediums all
that's
around?
No. Yep, I'm back hard. On the front,
Did you put
left
mediums all
and
around?
rear left. No, I put hard
Because I'm having tire wear of the mediums.
on the front,
Yeah,
on the
I
front
got the-
left
got the
and
issue
rear
as
left.
well.
I think.
'Cause I'm
because on
having
the second
tire wear
seat
of the
I was much
mediums.
better tire wear on the left
Yeah,
hand
I
side.
got the issue as
I
well.
don't know, maybe it's the
I
assigned
think
setup.
because on the second
Make it.
stint I was much better with tire wear on the left hand side. I don't know, maybe it's the assigned setup. Take it.
I'm just wondering because it said like the pit
F it.
menu says medium on every tire.
Yeah, I put hard.
I'm just wondering because it said like the pit menu says medium on every tire.
But I think it's bugged. So
Yeah, I
it's,
put hard,
goes like
hard
medium
on
all
front
around.
left and rear
You
left.
are- You are right. That's all right. But I think it's bugged. So
Yeah.
it's goes like.
But I surely
mediums
had
all
hearts
around.
on the left
Probably
only when I
you are
did it,
right.
so
That's all
makes
right.
sense.
Yeah, same for me.
But I surely had hearts on the left only when I did it, so yeah, doesn't make sense.
Piece of shit. Same for me. Na szóval, itt vagyok a streamben. Piece of shit. Azért egy VEC karrier vége, kérlek. Mert olyan szinten elegem van abból. Be vagyunk vetődve ide állandóan, érted? Bevetődnek a halálhaszáról az LMP-k, rajtad vesznek végtávot, rajtad el. Úgyhogy az a bajnokság, ez nem erről szól. Mert ez nem ilyen. Hogy, és az a gond, hogy nem is az, hogy rajtad fordul el, de mi hogy se lennél? Baszik rá, hogy te veled
Oh yeah,
történik, érted?
Yanni
Baszik
for surely
aztán
been
azt
delighted
hiszi, hogy
with
majd
that.
elveszed.
At the same time though, lap times indicate hearts, but yeah, whatever. I just now it is it was a better.
At the same
Tire wear
time
lap
though,
anyway,
lap
so
times
probably
indicate
it's-
hearts. But yeah, whatever. I just
The game has put what we wanted.
now it
to
just
put.
was a better tire wear lap anyway, so
RF
probably
things.
it's the game has put what we wanted it to put. All good.
RF2 things. Szóval, ja. Őszintén elég volt. A másik dolog, az már csak tovább mennék, hogy a színvonal az egyre megy lefele. Már mondjuk a hiperkárokat olyan emberek vezetik, akik jobb esetben D2-ben lennének jó. Jó, nyilván van egy-két jó név, mert mindig van. Sosem mondhatjuk be. De a nagy része azért azt inkább hagyjuk. Az erősen lefele van. Hát egy AT2. Az, hogy a GT-ben, ami Bobbal rendelkezünk jelenleg, tehát az valami síralom. Ez az M4, ez valami annyira rossz, hogy valamból egy 4-10-del legalább lassabb a McLarentől per kör. Annyiba biztos. Szóval teljesen mindegy, mit csinálsz, tehát az autó az körülbelül ez így ennyi. Jó, nyilván tudna még egy picivel jobbat
Hello Jesper.
mint ahogy a
Nice
Black
drive.
példáján mutatják, de
Good job
nem sokkal.
avoiding the big carnages there in lap 1.
Tehát azzal jobb, úgymond az ő pozíciójuk, hogy stratégiából vannak előbbre. Tehát például a két BMW kapásból előttünk van a két Black a Kevin Jaeger meg a Alex White. Tehát és már ez a 17. szezonja ennek a bajnokságnak. 9. amiből versenyeztem, nézd meg most is, nézd meg Michi streamjén. A hiperkár mit csinált, átesett elé, nem véletlen csóválja a fejét. Bebaszta úgy elé, miha ott se lettél volna.
Morons.
Ez az undorít. Ez undorít.
They keep going where they just stopped hours before.
Nem vagy ott, érted? Ez a fogja betosszó úgy, mintha ott se lenni. Szarik az rád, hogy te veled mi a faszom történik. Ha kibasz. Mit érdekli, szarik rád? Azért, mert annak az autónak a törésmorálja más, és nem törik. Nyugodjál meg, hogy az Audival, ami annó hozzáérti másikhoz, szétesett 5 darabra, azzal nem csinálnának. Úgyhogy ezért őszintén nem is. Nem, elég volt. Nyilván vannak okok, azok nyilván lehet többet készülni. Őszintén elgondolom, hogy se több idő nincs rá készülni, se több energiám nincs rá készülni.
Nah. You guys have been pacing away at the front anyway. I mean, maybe the fact that the P20 guy that is now sitting in second place would not be there without the red flag, but after all, you gotta say,
I think you can do. Akkor mindjárt nézzük Michinek szépen a streamjét. Most a rajtra visszaugrottunk, tehát ez most nem élő.
Right guys, 6 hours of Road America coming up.
Csak hogy értsd a problémámat. Itt ugyanaz van, mint Lelemúba, ugye ugyanúgy double file, és most épít limiterrel mész, mert azért most épít 80. És ahogy a játék azt mondja, hogy green flag, onnantól kezdve zöld a pálya, és lát nyilván Tony-nek. Most figyelj, mi történik. Ez az egész indult abból, hogy az elején 2 hypercar egymást fölnyomta a falra és keresztbe fordította egymást. Ez az egész indult abból. Na, még a célvonalat se értük el, már fossá volt törve az autó, de olyannyira, hogy...
3, 2, 1,
165 reinforced. Egy kör.
And then obviously we have been the P1 guy in the 1 lap down competition field. So we started a lap behind everyone else ahead of us again. Literally, and we're still sitting in that place. I think we were 10th, maybe someone died. But we're still sitting 9th or 10th in class now. Limited thoughts, it's not always about luck. I had a 50% chance making it without any scratch too, if I did see it earlier, but I did not. And then of course, you need to be in the right spot in the first place in order to survive, but yeah, as always, also part of the racing, hard dedication and focus.
Così csinálják ezt, mert
I think I'm slow. Everyone is faster than me at this stage. Despite fresh tires. Jesper, which cars currently sitting in third in the championship and fourth, and how far are they away from you? Where do they sit in the race? Like, hoping that you guys can finish the race where you are, that is a pretty big step towards the championship, no? These guys have no idea. There was a 60% chance of just gonna rear end that LMP. Simply because he slots in behind. This is how it looks when you completely cook the corner.
Microphone activated.
I need some more driving time, I think. I need some more driving time, I
We've done
think.
62 laps before, then you did 50, right?
Yep.
We've done 62 laps before, then you did 50,
Problem
right?
is the whole yep race is 360 minutes. The problem is the whole race is 360 minutes, and the 30% has to
not based on time,
do
it's
by
based on total laps
at
done by
least
the
the
car, no?
driver.
Yeah,
the
but
rules.
it's not that based on time, it's based on total laps done by the car, no?
You're gonna
Check
do
the rules.
158 so you're gonna do that's 20 158 laps 28%. That's 28.8 seconds. 28.8%. And you're gonna drive 72 point.
We have
158
150 to go.
We have
100 in total, yeah.
158 to go.
Times 7. It's
in
110.
total, times 7 is 110.
I think we're fine. I'm not sure. Let's check again. So
I think we're
Race will be
fine. I'm not sure.
157 laps.
Let's check again. So
157, yeah.
The race
But
will be
that times
157
3,
laps.
Times 03
157,
is
yeah.
47.1 and you do 50
And that
laps.
times
Yeah,
3
we'll be fine
times 03
I think you should be
is
fine.
47.1
Yeah,
and you do 50
Then
laps.
fine.
We can also
Yeah,
swap for the
we'll
final.
be fine then.
Then I think you should be fine.
Oh, yeah, fine. Be fine. Then
But we
fine.
can also
I did-
swap for the final stint, like I don't care.
No, be fine. Be fine. I did.
So guys, I hope you will join us tomorrow for the 2 hours 40 of Le Mans in the VMS Pro Series on Le Mans Ultimate with the BMW V8 LMDH Hypercar. That is going to be the race for tomorrow.
Sadly, I have mediums on the left as well.
Sadly, I have mediums on
For
the
the
left
game.
as well.
It's time to put into
What
the
a game.
graveyard, I think. It's time to put into the graveyard, I think. Ready yet.
Yeah.
But sadly, LMU doesn't ready yet.
Yeah.
So I think I'm gonna box early, and then put hards on the left side and keep the right.
So I think I'm gonna box early,
just
and then put hards on the left
maximize
side and keep the right hand side tires as they are.
Yeah, that
Just
sounds good.
try and maximize it.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Limited thoughts, are you sure that Le Mans Ultimate, VEC is going to change to Le Mans Ultimate? I wouldn't be too sure about that yet. Yeah guys, I agree with it. I agree with that. A driver swap should have already been in ages ago, I think. It is really, you know, and you guys know I'm always defending MSG and Studio 397. But at this point I just can't believe why they are prioritizing that this low. You know, it was kind of fine to start off the game without it, but then the 20th February marks the first anniversary of Le Mans Ultimate, and I would have expected, as a game that's duplicating the WEC, one of the key elements of endurance racing is the driver swap that everyone wants, and that they are still not having it is, yeah. On a personal level, I'm disappointed on that, for sure. Whatever might be the reasons for it, whether it is tricky to put in code or whatever, but I think that should have been more love in it. That would also enable series like VEC or like generally speaking endurance races to happen, you know. But okay, it is what it is. Still, obviously, Le Mans Ultimate is a great game. So I'm starting to gain on Bräutigam. Ever so slightly.
So I guess a box in 5 then? For a full fuel?
So I guess a box in 5 then?
Microphone activated.
For a full fuel?
You mean 5 laps, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, 5 laps. Okay. Yeah, you mean 5 laps, yeah?
I think so, like it's
Yep.
127 laps done.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
I think so, like it's 127 laps done.
Do 6 just to be sure.
Copy.
Do 6 just to be sure.
Copy.
So, if I would get donated
So-
a single euro per stupid idiot that dies,
If I would get donated a single euro per stupid idiot that dies us, I would be fucking rich after the race.
it's insane.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that.
It's
Ridiculous.
insane.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. It's like racing in Division 2. I mean, come on. This is fucking Div 1. It's like
To that is
racing in Division 2.
level. And that
I mean, come on.
since a
This is
couple of
It's
fucking
years.
worse
Div
than
1.
Division 2, that is Division 3 level. And that doesn't exist since a couple
Plus
of
the
years.
new hypercars has a different damage model because they are very, very hypercars has a different damage model because they are very, very aggressive
think
with the
so.
dive bombs.
As a matter of
the
fact,
Dart
you do that
doesn't
once
get
in
damaged
LMU
or
and you
something
did.
like
I
that.
don't know. I don't think so.
In
As
fact,
a matter
in
of fact,
LMU,
you do that
the-
once in LMU
The
and you did.
hypercars have longer braking distance than
In fact, in LMU,
GT3s.
the hypercars have
same
longer
RF2
braking
problems.
distance
The
than.
hypercars are mainly faster in
GT3s.
the corners. Yeah, it's same RF2 problems. The hypercars are mainly faster in the corners as well, not in the straights only.
Microphone muted. activated.
That's worth €3, I think.
Even that guy can't drive.
That's worth €3, I think.
Yep.
Microphone muted.
Like with that kind of dive bomb I can live with, as long as I'm not have to
Like with that
actively
kind of
avoid
dive bomb I can
in a
live
corner,
with,
that's fine.
as long as I'm
Yeah,
not
that's a great
have
dive.
to actively
That's
avoid
okay, because he
in a
was
corner, that's
ahead
fine.
of you when ahead of
Yeah,
you
that's a
fully
great dive.
So that's okay. That's okay, because he
The
was
problem is when
ahead
they
of you
dive
when
you,
ahead of
Exactly.
you
fully
just
on the
nearly
apex.
to dive
So
you
that's okay.
get side by side.
The problem is
And
when they
actually
dive
you
you,
have to disappear
but they
or do
just
something or
nearly
break
to dive you
or
to get side by
yourself
side, and
not,
actually you have
go
to
offline
disappear or
and
do
Exactly.
something
lose
or
track of
break
time because
or
of
kill yourself to
Yeah.
not
You know,
go
even if they
offline
start
and
breaking
lose
alongside
track of
with
time
me,
because
that's a
of the
different
stupidity.
topic. Like
Yeah.
start breaking
You
alongside,
know,
I
even if
can
they start
kinda
breaking
imagine what's
alongside
happening.
with me, that's
But if they
different
keep
topic.
breaking
Like
from a
start
half
breaking
of a car length
alongside, I
back and then
can
just
kinda
like
imagine
make it a
what's
dive
happening.
bomb, this is
But if they
beyond
keep
bad.
breaking from a half of a car
Like the
length back and
LMP2
then just
into
like
laps,
make it a dive bomb, this is
Yeah,
beyond bad.
Like the LMP2 into
I mean, I
laps,
racing
ago.
in VEC
Yeah.
since season 8. That was my first.
I mean, I racing in VEC since season
I saw a lot of
8.
shit, but
That was my
beyond
first season when I raced.
another level.
I saw a lot of shit, but this
Yeah, you
this is
think
beyond
people
on
learn
another
at some
level.
point.
Yeah, you'd think people
And the problem
learn
is
at some point.
the most of the hypercar class. Okay, there are few good names in it.
And the problem
they
is
don't.
the most of the hypercar class. Okay, there are few good names in it. I'm not gonna take it away because there are, but most of the hypercar guys are just. They may be top D2 if the
Yep.
Tech Prime is on.
Yep.
What do you think is a smarter idea? Put the hards early or try to finish that stint full
What do you
with
think
the
is a
tires and then put
smarter idea?
mediums
Put the
on the
hards
left?
early or try to finish that stint full with the tires and then put mediums?
Actually, might think that the hard
on
is
the
the
left.
more consistent tire.
The hard tires are much more consistent.
Actually might think that the hard is the more consistent tire.
I was able
The hard tires are much more consistent because on my second stint,
I mean, when
I was able to hold the 05 low
051,
all the time.
That was my lap.
I mean, when I don't get fucked 05 low, 052, 051, 050. That was my lap times.
Too soft.
The hard is much more consistent
Yeah,
and
because
much
I'm
more
doing
light.
5.2,
Mm.
5.3, 5.2.
Heads are simply just
Then a
Too
204
soft.
I did a couple of
Yeah,
times
because
ago.
I'm doing
This is another
5.2,
204,
5.3,
but
5.2.
it's like up and down.
Then a
and I think I could be
204 I
faster
did a
than
couple of
the hards
times
too.
ago. This is another 204, but it's like up and down, and I think I could be faster with the hards too. No, we were on the bad luck bus. Actually, we're doing exactly how I would have anticipated we would be doing if no bad luck. So I'm not even too mad about the current situation. What do you mean trading paints? Yeah. Especially from faster class car, they are sending it like you have to jump out of the way every
You can beat
moment.
Box this lap? Or next lap?
Wait one more, yeah. Wait
Box
one
this
more.
lap?
Because the leader is on the edge.
Or next lap?
Just cross start finish. Wait one more, yeah. Wait one more. And because the leader is on the edge. Cross start finish.
Copy.
Now. Now.
Let's see.
Let's see. So, let's see whether we can make up some ground still. Would be nice to get Bräutigam. I'm not sure whether they are. Probably just boxing for no tire change anyway. And then they change for the box for less fuel. So unless I can now magically improve the pace, there's not too much that I can do, I think. Yeah, last stint. I mean, they gained a lot from their main rivals and guys on pace dying, just like Ada Ercan, then Arkior, who is sitting even behind us, then I think Jimmy Nizula, they were somewhere down a minute or so. But nonetheless, of course, they've done giga pace. We've got to credit that. Ah, fuck. Yes, get me a point.
The next thing that's entirely broken is the fucking track limits. Losing
The next
4 or
thing
5
that's entirely
tenths, still
broken
getting
is
a
the
full
fucking
point.
track limits.
Yeah.
Losing
track
4 or
limits are
5
better, I
tenths but
think.
still getting a full
A lot.
point.
Yeah. Just only give you points when you
track
really
limits
gain
are better,
time.
I think.
There is
A lot.
some shit track Le Mans
Only
Corvette,
give you
that's
points
not
when you
the
really
best,
gain time.
but it's
There is
better than in
some
RF
shit tracks,
approvals.
Le Mans
yeah.
Corvette, that's not the best.
Otherwise,
But it's
Portimao, I just
better
found
than in
the
RF2 was.
first
Yeah,
turn.
yeah, yeah.
That's
At least
some issues.
Otherwise, Portimao, I just found in the first turn that has some issues as well.
Here there are a lot of
Otherwise, the rest is pretty good, America.
Yeah, third party
Here
content,
there are a
right?
lot of the turns are shit. America.
Yeah, third party content, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I lost a second this lap, for whatever reason.
Yeah, I lost a second this lap, for whatever reason. Yeah, as a mod, guys. Road America is a mod indeed. So 40 minutes to go. Already broke early, now still... GG's. Yeah, I think my inner me has quit on the race. Like, we have been given a 2-minute penalty with a red flag, and we have been trying to overcome that for 6 hours now, but there is no chance. The guy that is just spun out behind, he was in second place after. Yeah, Kamal, like, what can we do, right? The only right thing to do was throwing a red flag with 60% of the grid being damaged in lap 1. All that code 80 meant is like for everyone is like a 6 hour drive against themselves. Like, you're not gonna get up from, like, even after the red flag, you know, we're 8th or 9th and you guys have been in the same boat. You actually gained the gap on us, so at least you get the gap close to us then. But from a default, you guys were sitting 2 minutes down and everyone else going from P8 onwards. And like, what are you sitting now? Yeah. Kamala was the same. I was on some Aston Martin slipstream, and once I saw the shenanigans, it was already way too late. Rear right doesn't enjoy the ride at all anymore. I mean, on top of that is also that our car is down on pace, not because of damage, because I think on the suboptimal setup. We're like 3 or 4 tenths of the nominal pace of everyone else. And then we can't double stint the tire while everyone else can. So we're 4/10 plus, I don't know, another virtual 7/10 off or so. And then Kamal, I think you guys could have won that race. What is your thoughts? Or would you think that Caspian with the Porsche would have won it? Yeah, I think you guys would have been surely good enough for the podium. But yeah, it is what it is, like, can't fix it. I'm doing way too bad lap times right now. Maybe I should have gotten new mediums on or whatever. But yeah.
If I went to the normal racing line, I would have been dived before the corner again.
If I went to the normal racing line, I would have been dived before the corner again. So I went defensive, just holding my line. That Mercedes looks broken. Honestly, P9 is a good result for all the shenanigans that happened. Not satisfying, but with all circumstances really good. minutes. It's really about going home now because, as you can see, 35 seconds ahead, minute and 10 behind, nothing going on whatsoever, so it's just drive. There was indeed a huge wreck at the start taken out. 25 out of 40 people. 25 out of 40 drivers had to look for a pit road on lap 1. And that in itself will mean, I think in the future we're running single file starts. That certainly sounds like more than what we had last year in Bahrain, for sure. Anyway, this is the last race in VEC for me anyway. Or for this group, I think. Martin Mergeli already stepped down, and I just did the race now because Csaba has done some laps before. I've done some laps already. And because BMW was presumably good here. Or is presumably good. Yeah, I mean, you might find me with another team at some point perhaps, but I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna run the WRT BMW any longer. Like, I would be a one-man show, I think, after the race. I'm not sure about Csaba, but it's surely a discussion.
Microphone activated.
Carl Fly, do you have the Pro Plus subscription that would enable all the DLC for you? If you have that, I would recommend getting rFactor 2 and give it a go.
All good. All good.
Yep, just driving home, you know.
Like, I'm having not really a pace. I mean, that said, I'm probably fastest car right now, but
Like, I'm
it's
having
not
not
too far
really
away
pace.
from anyone anyway.
I mean, that said,
Just
I'm probably
hope for
fastest
those,
car right
20
now, but
minutes to go by
it's like we're
quick.
too far away from anyone anyway. Let's just hope for those 20 minutes to go by quick.
Copy. I'd like to go now.
Yep.
We're gonna talk about the software. I'd like to go now.
I mean, we can
Yep.
talk about it now, whether we want to continue or not. So, like,
We're gonna talk about the software.
I'm fine to pull the plug.
I mean, we can talk about it now, whether we want to continue or not, so like,
But
I'm
it's
fine
up to
to
you if you,
pull the plug.
if you still want to go, we can keep going.
well, it's up to you if you, if you still want to go, we can keep going.
gonna start with 2 drivers definitely.
Yep. So the problem is at Le Mans we don't
it's easier
gonna
to say
start
pull a
with
plug.
2 drivers definitely.
And,
Yep.
We're gonna remove the entry as well.
I think it's easier to say pull a
May
plug,
find the seat
and
Yeah, exactly. Like
We're gonna
find the
remove
seat
the entry
individually
as
or
well.
whatever.
and we may find the seat
I
somewhere.
don't think
Yeah,
it
exactly.
makes much
Like
sense
find
to
a
keep
seat
this-
individually or whatever.
This entry up in a, just for keeping it up.
I don't think it makes much sense to
Nice.
keep this entry up in a just for keeping it up.
Yeah.
Well then, I still appreciate
it's
the
not-
work you put in for that one.
There is. I'd like.
Well, then
So,
I still appreciate the
still
work
like
you
the-
put in for that
I
one.
actually like the BMW from now, but yeah, I'd like time. But I don't have.
I
much.
still like the, I
Yeah.
actually like the BMW
and
from
I
now,
won't, and
but
it won't be more.
it needed time, but because I don't have much,
Yeah,
All around, yeah.
and it won't be more. Because
yeah, same issue all around. Yeah.
Anyway, thanks Michi for everything, and we'll see you soon somewhere somehow. If not in
Anyway,
in
thanks
Michi for
For
everything,
sure.
and
Thank you
we'll
for
see
your
you
effort.
soon
Have a
somewhere
good time.
somehow. Thank you, Michi. Bye bye.
if not in VEC in Alamu.
For sure. Thank you for your effort. Have a good time.
Thank you, Michi.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye. Ciao.
Connected.
So